Shabbat Shalom Kodash Shalom to the 144,000 and the rest of the elect out there. Shalom to you all. So I'm going to entitle this video, "And the servant of Yahweh must not strive." This is from 2 Timothy 2 verse 24. "And the servant of Yahweh must not strive, but be gentle unto all men, apt to teach, patient." The all men represent Israel, but it also represents people of the other nations. You know, Edom might come up and, you know, he says, "Oh, the Lord came for everybody," and you punch him in the face and you justified. No, you're not justified. It says in Romans 12, I believe it's 12 and 19. I may or may not get it. Somebody put it up. But it says, if it at all possible, live peaceably with all men. So I'll read this again. 2 Timothy 2 verse 24. "And the servant of Yahweh must not strive, but be gentle unto all men, apt to teach," meaning the Israelites, "and patient." Right? Let's look up the word strive. We're going to look it up in the Greek, and then we're going to look it up in the Hebrew, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Strive. And there's another script I'm going to use, that I'm going to use creative license on the scripture. It means one thing, but it also applies to this too. And the scripture is, what is it? Let me go to it. The scripture is, "Lay hands suddenly on no man, neither be partaker of other men's sins. Keep thyself pure." So I use this scripture. You know, if somebody get knocked out, I said he laid hands. That's what Jake said, lay hands. But we know it means something else. But I'm using creative license. You know, I'm qualifying the scripture. So the first, guy got in the fight. Who threw the first punch? And we were just talking. The guy just punched me. Hey, this scripture gonna come up. All right. "Lay hands suddenly on no man, neither be partaker of other men's sins. Keep thyself pure." Right. Let me come back to the word strive. "The servant of Yahweh must not strive." So we're going to go into the Greek. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. This is a video that was just put up by Captain Titus. And he said something. He said he used an example of, the confrontation between myself and three men from the IUIC. And he used the example that we were in each other's face and all that. I didn't know Captain, but Captain, I guess he knew me. Of course he knew. That's why it's a whole big thing. They passed by and they said, "Oh, we're just going to get our cars." Yeah, but you knew that we were down there, and you knew. Well, they walked by a couple of times when I was in there, and this time I happened to be there, so I said, "Oh, hey, what's up?" And it got into a shouting match, but at no time I was going to throw a punch at them, and I didn't see them throwing a punch at me, or they knew. Well, at least Captain Titus didn't show no fear about. He said there was a lot of us, 30 men down one street and 30 men and a bunch of men, because we had a lot of men in that area, because there was new guys coming in at that time still. But there was another brother, and he was kind of a little nervous, but I didn't pick up on it. I don't know who told me that the guy was nervous. Now, if I picked up on the fact that he was nervous, I said, "Brother, chill out. Dude, we ain't gonna fight." I said, "First of all, there's three of y'all, and a bunch of us. We're not going to do we're not going to do no bullshit like that. You know how bad that would look with these enemies out here. There's no way in hell. As a matter of fact, I said this before in previous videos. If I saw General Yohana and he had a flat tire, I said, "Oh, that's General Yohana. Let's go see if we can help him out." Now, if I saw Nate, I'm gonna keep going. No, I'm joking. I'll probably stop and help him too. You know, and I'll say, "Yeah, we're just here to help you. You know, you need help getting your tire." That's a topic right there. That's why it says, "Live, if at all possible, live peaceably with all men." And this is where the enemies, when it's the Beatitudes, love your enemy, it was talking about enemies in Israel. So they would be classified as enemies, but if you know something happened to them, and we in different people, you got to kind of hope everything. Oh, the situation out there in Kenya. When I did a video on that, a response to that, I said I hope them guys didn't get seriously hurt. That's what I said. If you watch my video, the video that I did, was it not even a month ago, 3 weeks ago? I showed the video. We kind of clowned them a little bit, and we clowned them because you ain't got no business being in Kenya. You ain't got no business. You ain't got no business being in Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands. You ain't got no business being in the DR. You go down to the DR, brother. I'm telling you, you go down there, brothers. Trust me. You go down with a group of guys, brothers are gonna sneak out. Believe me, brothers are gonna sneak out. Okay. Because some Simeonite women, they got something that, you know, is hard to resist. And we deal with that when we go out on the weekends, man. Them old fine-ass Simeonite women, they be passing by the camp, and they most of them smile. They'll give you a little smile. But you got to tell them, "Oh, I'm on duty, baby." But anyway, the focus, and I said this, and I said this time and time again, I'm going to keep saying it. I put lists together, as you know. I put a lot of lists together. And I have a list, what I believe about 30 plus scriptures, maybe 30, 25 to 30 plus scriptures, showing you that the focus here is in the West. One precept, that all I got to go to is one precept to prove that we're supposed to be here in the West, meaning in America, not even Canada. Even though you got brothers out there in Canada, you ain't got too many brothers really in Central and South America or Solomon Islands. Ain't nothing going to get built up in Solomon Islands. Ain't nothing going to get built up in Nigeria, none of these places. But you're going to have a handful of the elect scattered among them, that they're going to have their little camps here and there. But the main focus is here in America. You know, it may come down to a point where it gets so hot that brothers from out of the different countries of GMS and even in state will probably have to all meet in New York. And the Most High's open, if that happens, the Most High will open a way that you brothers make a smooth transition, you know. But as it stands now, you got the different camps out there, but the focus is here in America, not these other nations. But then we say that Bishop Nate is jet setting, and that's exactly what he's doing. When somebody comes into a lot of money, they hit the lotto for $10 million. One of the first things they say is, "I'm going to take a trip around the world." So guess what? Nate could do that. They eating good foods. They staying in the top hotels. If they go to a place where they got a top hotel, they staying at the top hotels, okay? And it's all on your dime. So anyway, I'm going to get into the video. Okay, so it says to fight, okay? Of armed combatants or those who engage in a hand-to-hand struggle, of those who engage in a war of words. Now that's a cut. That's a cut. But a war of words is what? A debate. A war of words is a debate. Even what's the name of that movie that Denzel did? The Great Debaters. He was getting on one guy, one of the brothers, that he was training him how to be a debater, and the guy kept snapping on himself. He said, "You can't snap on yourself." He said, "This is a word fight." He said, "That's like a boxer punching on himself," which is a good movie, The Great Debaters. So I remember that. I remember when Denzel said it. He said a debate is a word fight. You're fighting with words. That's why when you debate somebody, you have battle rappers. You know, sometimes battle rappers, you know, you make a guy look stupid, he wants to fight you. Because a word fight can turn into fist fights. So a debate, this is why we don't debate. We just tell you, you're Israelite, you're there. Well, I can't see it, and this book said. I said, look, brother, if you can't see it, brother, I'm sorry. Just walking down the street. I can do what I want to do. It's a free country. I said, that's true. It is a free country, supposedly. That's what they tell you. Until it's not. But don't interrupt. Now, if he interrupts, we'll say, look, brother, if you don't take your ass down the street, we're going to call the police on you. What are y'all punks? Y'all don't want to throw hands? No, we don't want to throw hands because the scripture says the man of the Lord shall not strive. But if you continue with your assault of words, we will call the police. That's why, that's why vocab is done. He can't roll up on us no more because we're going to call the cops on him. Okay? And look, you can't march around a campus in Philadelphia. This guy, what's his name? Apostle Geno Jennings. What these guys from the IUIC showing you that they're carnal as hell, that the spirit is not with them at all. That's why Bishop Nate changes the scriptures. He's teaching that there's a hell. He's bucking up against the mark of the beast. Instead of him saying, you know what? I don't know why Tahar and them, they stick with that mark. Let me look into it. He's not doing that. It's that pride, man. That's why Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua are going to break that group up, because they're filled with pride. They're filled, especially the leadership. That's why you can do shit like that. Take 2,000 guys from all over the country, and you ain't paying for their plane trip. You ain't paying for their hotel. They got to come up with unless you tell me, no, I don't believe that. But if you tell me, okay, they got to come up with look, we're going to march. We're going to get the troops together and we're going to march. So you got to be here on X a day, and you're going to be here for a week. So now they got to go to their jobs, tell them, I'm not going to be working. And then the boss said, well, this is the second time this year. You know, what's going on? And then plus they got to get up their money. There might be a situation with their wives or their mother where they live, but they're over here, and you're going to get them all together to march or to intimidate, and that's what you did. You intimidated the parishioners. There's a lot of old people, Jakes. What if you had your school, you were going, and all of a sudden you look out, some guy look out the window, it's a bunch of guys with white hoods. There's about 150 guys with white hoods with a damn cross on fire marching around the school. Are you going to say, oh, well, let them in so we can teach them that they're... No. You're going to say, that's the damn KKK. Call the police. So that's what you did. And the scriptures say this: be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Right? And it says that we are sheep in the midst of wolves. So you put a sheep, you take a cage, you put a sheep in there and you get a wolf in there. Who's gonna be intimidated? Who's gonna be scared to death? The sheep, not the wolf. So when you did that march around, that campus, the Geno Jennings campus, that was clearly an act of to intimidate people. It was an act of, sheep don't do that. Wolves do that. So that's why I keep saying Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai is going to break up the IUIC because of, not just one thing. One thing is they're full of pride. Another thing is they go off on the scriptures. And Bishop Nate is doing what the hell he want to do. He's not doing the plans. He's not following the blueprint that Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai gave him. Number one, he's not even calling on Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai. They're trained to call on Christ. And I was thinking about this Bishop Nate the other day and comparing him to Saul. The Most High, Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai, came to Samuel and told him to utterly destroy the Amalekites, right? He told Moses and the children of Israel, when they go in the land of Canaan, kill everything in Canaan. Don't make no agreements with them. There was one knucklehead that they don't take their gold, don't take their silver, don't take their gun, don't take nothing, all right? Because the Most High defiled all that. That's defiled in the Most High's eyes. Don't take nothing. So this one guy was taking it and he got caught up. That's a whole nother video. And what happened to him? They put his ass to death. And I believe they put his family to death with him. I hadn't gone through that story in a while. Is his name Achan? Was it Achan? I hadn't gone through that story in years. And Mosai said, put him to death because he did not follow instructions. And then Joshua found out about it when they started getting, when the Canaanites started getting the advantage over them in the fight, in the war. So Joshua, the man of the Lord, he said, Lord, I thought you said you were going to be with us. And the Lord let him know that there's somebody that's not following instructions. So you know what they had to do? They had to cast lots. And it came down to, I believe his name is Achan. Help me out. I hadn't read that story in a while. And they found out he hid the Babylonian garment and the gold and whatever he got, he hid it because he knew he wasn't supposed to do it. He knew that proved that he knew he wasn't supposed to do it, and the penalty was death. Same go with King Saul. King Saul lost the kingdom, and the spirit was taken from him and replaced by a demon. He had demons, haunting him. And then he went to Samuel. He said, the Lord don't come to me in dreams and visions or a prophet or anything. And Samuel told him straight up. He said, look, the Most High gave you an order. He gave it to me to give to you. You did your own thing. Then he said, oh, I saved the king and his cattle so I can sacrifice it unto the Lord, and the cattle and so forth. And then he said, even though you did all those things, the Most High didn't tell you to do those things. He said you're being rebellious. And he said rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. Like I said, I'm not going to go into the story. That's a whole nother thing, a whole nother topic. Rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. Now, what do you do with a witch? The scriptures say you kill her. This guy, the chief warlock, Trump, he's doing all this stuff here, right? But he ain't putting no orders out to destroy all the witches, right? You openly got in the military, you got covens in the military. They got laws that protect witches, witch covens. Esau's system, his power comes from the left-hand side. And there's many precepts that come to mind. Well, there's one precept that come to mind immediately. That's Isaiah 47:10 on down. That their power comes from the left-hand side. So it says a war of words, to quarrel, wrangle, dispute, which is a debate of those who contend at law for property and privileges. So let's go down. Let's see how many times this is here. Okay, it says strove. It says strive. Right. James 4:2. Ye must, ye lust and have not. Ye kill and desire to have. And that's Jake out there, and that's Esau. And cannot obtain. Ye fight and war, yet ye have not, because ye ask not. You know, you got them stick-up kids, and all them stick-up kids, the majority of them grew up without a father. And women want things fast. They don't want to work. They don't believe in the work ethic. They want things quick. And they want it now. So this is these thug ass niggas. They got muscles, right? They tatted up, they got muscles. They can fight, but the spirit in them is the spirit of a woman. Because they're a woman with muscles. And you got some black women with fucking muscles, man. There's one black chick in the gym. You can't bench what I bench. Yeah, well, maybe I can't bench what you bench, but I'm not gonna go to bed with you. Cause you look like Black Popeye, man. Anyway, I ain't trying to joke, but it came out that way. Miguel TV said I'm naturally funny. Okay, John 6 and 52. The Jews therefore strove among themselves, saying, how can this man give us his flesh to eat? Right, because they went over his head. You know that's a whole nother story, right? Right. Acts 7 and 26. And the next day, he showed himself. Now this goes into a Stephen unto them as they strove and would have set them at one again, saying, sirs, ye are brethren, why do ye wrong one to another? So part of the strife is a debate, the word debate. We read it. Let me do this. Now, when you telling the brother he's going off, that's not a debate. You just telling him he's going off. Like when we go against Nate and we say the mark of the beast is a microchip and he says different, he's making it a fight. We're just telling him the truth. And he's fighting against it. And we're not doing it to wake him up because he already got it. We're doing it for anybody that thinks, like this individual I'm going to go into based upon this video that Captain Zariak put up, that he had an interview with this guy. This guy was part of a member of the IUIC, and he got beat up by a ranking member of the IUIC, and he got hurt. He was hospitalized. So now he's going to court, and you'll hear the whole story. And my thing is this. Well, that happened because he saw, when he came into Israel, he saw the GMS videos. He saw the IUCPK videos. He saw the IUIC videos. And then he chose to go with the IUIC. Do you think if he joined the GMS, do you think that would happen to him? I don't even think that would happen to him if he's part of the IUCPK. If the guy's going off, then you know, the whole backstory was the brother didn't want to be with the IUIC. This is what I'm going by, what I heard. Allegedly, and one of the high-ranking brothers saw him and just started beating his ass, and he didn't stop. You know, he broke bones and all that, man. Hey, if I got in a fight and I never try to break a nigga's head, I'll hit him, and if he go down or he run. Well, certain fights I had, I hit him with a couple of shots and they turn around, they run. They said, God damn, man, what this nigga hit me with? Anyway, and I said all you brothers should know how to fight. just in case. You should know how to box, Muay Thai, MMA. You should know all that. So anyway, the right here says war of words, which is debate. Now let me do this. Word up. Matter of fact, let me come back here. Bear with me for a minute. Let it come on up. Okay, so let's do it in the Hebrew. Give me a second. Okay, let me go here. And if a man strive together and one smite another with a stone, or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed, you didn't kill him, but you gotta restore him. I want to look up the word strive in the Hebrew. And the word is rayab. Which means to fight, to strive physically with words. That's debate. So when you have all these different debates with Christianity, we don't have to have no debates with no Christianity. We don't need Christians. Christians need us. We don't need them. We don't need them. If you were Jake and you a Christian, you're an Israelite, and there's nothing. But what about this? Look. Walk on down the street, man, before I call the cops on you. Okay. So the Hebrew word there is rayab. Plead, strife, contend, chide, debate. I'm gonna look up the word debate. A debate is a word fight. Islam versus Hebrew Israelites. Who will win? Well, I won't be there because I don't debate. I'll just tell you what you got to do, and if you can't see it, I'm walking. Debate that cross. Now, debate means if you have a dispute. Well, brother, you did this. I lent you X amount of money. You said you were gonna give me to the month. You didn't get it. That's a dispute. So you go to him and you bring out the case. Then you take him. You take two other witnesses. Look, I got it written on paper. Do everything in paper, in writing. He said he's gonna give me the money back. He ain't give me the money back. Yeah, you got to give the brother the money back. I ain't give him shit. Then you go to the church, to the leadership, and if the guy said I ain't giving him shit, guess what? Goodbye, you out of here. How much did he take? 200. Okay, we're gonna give you 200. We're gonna get together and give you 200. You got your 200, and he's out to school. And when you see him, you look at him like you look at another nation. That's in the New Testament. That's what Yahushua said. Okay, Romans 1:29, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers. So this guy, this high-ranking officer that did what he did to this brother and hospitalizing him, breaking his bones, this it says being filled with all unrighteousness. You were unrighteous when you did that, man. fornication, which is adultery, wickedness, that's wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, look at that word up, full of envy, murder. You wanted to kill a guy. And when you beat somebody down, you can hit him with a certain blow, and that could be a death blow. So you have no control over your spirit. And like I said, Bishop Nate always said we're not the biggest camp out there, but we plan on being. And you know what that is? That's pride. That's pride. And you in a certain way you're counting Israel because we got 10,000 men marching. Well, wait a minute. Did not King David get punished for counting Israel? You don't count Israel. You say, well, we got about 50 people in this camp, or we got about 60 people in this camp. You don't be doing no count. We got to count. We got to check. Let me see your license plate, brother. Give me a copy of birth. That's count. That's a census right there, which that's wickedness. And what happened? The angel of the Lord killed, I believe it was 80,000. I used to say 80. I think it was 80 or 84,000. And that was the Most High had to call that angel back. So 80, I believe it was 80-something thousand that was put to death by the death angel, one angel, and King David looked up and he saw the angel, a gigantic angel with a sword, and he was swinging a sword. And anytime he swung that spiritual sword, people were dropping dead. Israelites were dropping dead. And the Most High had to pull him back. Okay, boom, that's enough. And I believe it was for 3 days. And I believe the word was famine, if I'm not mistaken. That's a whole nother video. So here you are, we got 10,000 men marching. You know, we're into the numbers. Most High said, well, this is not about numbers, man. Scripture says this is a small sanctuary. It says, behold, ye fast for strife and debate. I'm going on a fast so I can beat this guy in a debate. We're not here for competition. Our job is the focus is here in America and telling the people what they got to know. And if they got any questions, it's got to be related to what we're talking about. Not, well, wait a minute, the Quran, I said, we're not dealing with the Quran. Well, when you read Gentiles talking about other, the Gentiles are Israelites. Well, brother, you gotta walk your ass down the street. So the word there, right? It says full of envy, murder, because he could have murdered that dude. What if he would have murdered that dude, man? Deceit, malignity, whisperers. And that's pride. When you got big numbers, you get filled up with pride. And Nate is filled up with pride. This is why when you tell him something, you can't tell him nothing. You know, we've been telling him about the mark of the beast. That brother, what you talking about? He'll find another scripture. And the scriptures say not too many words. Pride goes before a fall. That's in Proverbs. Pride goeth before a fall, Bible. Proverbs 16:8. I want to read it in the King James. Right there, that's a light-skinned Nate. Pride comes before the fall. Nate is feeling himself. Okay, let me come over here. I want to go to the King James. Pride goeth before, well, I said fall. Pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. Pride, Proverbs 16:18. Pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. Esau is lifted up in his pride. The golden age. This guy Trump want to bring back the golden age. And you can't tell me He's a picture of pride. There should be, when you look up the word pride, there should be a picture of Trump right there. And all his cabinet, they're all full of Edomites, and they're all full of pride. They got pride all in their faces. So it says, pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. This place is getting ready to fall by fire. So now, let me get going to this here. Give me a second. Okay. So you can watch this with fair use, fair use. I just say that. I don't think IUCPK gonna take this down. So this is Captain Tazariak 7 hours ago. Okay, so Brother Titus, former member of the IUIC. See, he fucked up by joining the IUIC. He said, no, they got bigger numbers, man. And GMS are a bunch of bums. And fuck a IUCPK. Trust me, if he joined the IUIC, he watched their videos, he watched GMS videos, he watched IUCPK videos, and he watched other videos, and he said, nah, I ain't with the IUCPK. I ain't with I don't like them the way them niggas act. Nah, I ain't with the GMS. Them guys are a bunch of bums. I'm going with the IUIC because he saw the garments and he saw the order, but then he realized he learned the hard way, man. There's a handful of people that left through the years. One of them is Judah Mack, where he's spoken about in this video, and he was the one that got it. But and you know what they did? I saw the council when they had Judah Mack and the other brother Mosh, his full name, but his name is Mosh. I saw the actual council, and they were grilling them guys, man. When they would speak, they shut up. I'm your especially Kanai, that demon, that wicked wretch. He said, "I'm your father. I'm your father." And you know what? They're masters at intimidating people and letting them know if you leave, even if you join another camp, you're gonna burn in hell. Them guys are like Roman Catholics, man. They're like Roman Catholic nuns. Anyway, let me just go let it play from here. And let's see how far. This is 2 hours. I'm not going to go 2 hours. But this is something that Captain Tazariak said. He gave an example of the encounter. And he said, well, I got to give credit to Tahar and not too many words. He didn't look like he was, there ain't no way I'm going to get out there and fight. I don't give a damn what camp you from. You know? I will tell you that you're going off on certain things.
When you search "Trap with Us," you're gonna see a brother. It should be a photo with two brothers. It says "Trap with Us." Do you see it? You should have been logged in. Come on, I need you to lock in on this app. So on the brothers' Facebook page, "Trap with Us," what I see is something that you would never think you would see between an Israelite and another Israelite. I wouldn't think I would ever see anything like this.
And I agree with what he's going to say. You know, the script, like I said, Matthew and the Beatitudes, Matthew's chapter 5, it speaks about thy enemy. It's talking about an enemy in Israel. Did Yahushua use his spiritual power to destroy any of the scribes and Pharisees? No, he didn't.
My life. Israelites were like, in our battles with GMS, listen, I was standing. I remember when me, Captain Ty Ward, let me say it right. Captain Ty Ward, myself, and Tazawayala is walking past the GMS camp. They got like 30 brothers, so much so they had a set of brothers on one corner and a sea of brothers on the other corner. And Tahar stops Captain Ty Ward, and they have the exchange of words. Now, what I will say,
right, that's all it was an exchange of words. You know, it got heated, and that wasn't for me because I asked him, and I believe I asked the brother. He was the shorter brother. There was two tall ones, Captain, and another one. I'll say one thing about the brother that was the main brother. He can't rap. He can't spit fire. I'll give him that because I heard him. I said this brother can spit. Well, he from Philly any daggone way, so they spits down there. But anyway, I remember that thing like it was. It's still on YouTube. I mean, I laugh at it now. But this is what the Captain Zariak going to say.
Says Win Bitch, aka Rakar. He tried to act like he wanted to fight, but it never got to the point of actually fighting. And what I'll give Tahar credit, when Tahar saw how...
Hey, the only two that jumped out, well, that's Rakar's spirit. You know, that's Ruben. He jumped out. Out of all that crowd, that men, there was two guys that stood out. There was Rakar, you know, Apostle Rakar, and Amnawa Allah. The young elder Amnawa Allah, which we call him the one-hitter quitter. He done knocked niggas out with one punch. we done had fights down there. He hit you with one punch. You going to sleep. You better have a pillow with you because you going to sleep. All right. This dude, he used to put niggas to sleep because he was a boxer. You know
how Win Bitch was acting. Tahar asked Captain Tawar if we would leave, because he know that we're just battling with words. We don't have to be violent against each other. So even in that, they were better. So then I see, do you see that you got the Facebook? Let me see where you at. Scroll down. I want you to scroll down, share the screen, make sure it's shared so that they can see what you're scrolling down.
Yeah, like I said, if I saw General Yohana, he had a flat tire, I'll help him. You know? I'll help him, I'll salute him, and all that. And that don't mean I'm going to join their camp, but I don't expect, well, you got to get with the GM. No. Hey, it's Shalom Mark, you know, you need a couple of dollars. Do you need a tow? You got the money for the tow? We'll get some money together, pay for whatever the case may be, you know?
Yeah. Scroll down. I want you to
see. IUIC does shit like that because they think they can do no wrong, and they really believe they really believe that Christ is dealing with them. Now you know that the Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua is not dealing with them when they call the Lord out of his name. They call him Christ. That's something that a Christian does.
Scroll down to where you see 2 days ago. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. You're going to see it's going to say 2 days. It's right after that, right under that. Right up. One more. One more. So I can. Damn, one more. Yeah. How much? There we go. Right there. Then I saw this. It says, this is the brotherly love that you get from IUIC leadership.
And look, now I had fights in my day. I ain't never beat up a guy with his eyes closed. He's all in a hospital bed. Unless he's trying to kill me and I gotta do what the hell I gotta do, you know, I'm gonna show mercy, man. Even if it's an Edomite, you don't want to kill an Edomite. You're going to go to jail for a long time.
Be not deceived.
So that shows you that this captain, he had no control. Give me a second. I'm going to give you that scripture. I believe that's in Proverbs as well. Give me a second here. I'm just going to say it in basic English. He that controlleth his spirit is better than a man that takes down the city. I don't want. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, that's what I want. That's what I want. I want to go to slow the end better than. Let me do this. I want to go down to, okay, Bible Hub. And I want to go to the King James. He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty. And he that ruleth his spirit has discipline, self-discipline, self-control, than he that taketh a city. So what this brother did, what this brother did, and the brother that did it, he's a big brother. Ain't no small dude. The whole backstory is this. This brother didn't want to be in IUIC no more. And the brother ran into him, I guess with other brothers. That last time I heard was years ago. And I believe he jumped this brother. And this brother's not that big. You can see. And he beat him. He hit the floor. Then he started stomping him. That showed you that you had no self-control and you could have killed that guy. Now y'all know you got the case with what's her name, Joy Morgan, which I'm not gonna say anything negative about y'all because it was a bug out in your camp, which you don't know that. So I'm not gonna blame that. But see, when you have another case where the IUIC member kills a former IUIC member because he quit, that's when we're gonna start saying, brother, IUIC killed niggas, man. You got kind of up there with with Yahweh ben Yahweh. Yahweh ben Yahweh was telling you want to be an Israelite in our camp and our thing. Yahweh ben Yahweh, you gotta kill a white man. You gotta cut his ears off. And niggas were doing. What's the nigga name? He played for the NFL, and he became like a zombie. They were telling him to go kill people, and this nigga was going out killing people, and then he's locked up now. Somebody help me out. That's a whole story. Even what's his name? Vocab did a video on it, and it was on documentaries and all that. And this shows you that the Most High was not with Yahweh ben Yahweh, because what does Acts 5:38 say? He was doing his own thing. And another thing, he had all kind of businesses, man. He was buying shit up. He had all kind of business. He had all kind of money. He was on regular news. Does that remind you of somebody? Our job is just to wake up the elect.
These brothers are hypocrites. Pray for the lost souls that fall into the purple pit. This is Memphis so-called captain, Hoshea, that did this evil. IUIC teaches that you should call the police, press charges, all that, so they have paid 0 doctor bills nor help cover in any. The so-called captain.
Yeah, because I would have heard the story, and I would have, first of all, if you got arrested for this shit, you're on your own. You know, unless this man pulled a knife out on you or a gun, you had to do what you had to do. If that didn't happen, if there's no knife, there's no gun, and it's on camera, the guy's down, and you still stomping him and kicking him and breaking up his bones, that's complete hate, which goes back to Proverbs 16. Let me go back to that. He who is slow to anger is better than that's a different version. It said, he that is slow to anger is better than the mighty. And he that ruleth his spirit, meaning control your spirit, you had no control. And this guy's a high-ranking member of the IUIC. Then he that taketh the city. So let's come back over here. So, you know, my thing was, when this came out a couple of years back, 2-3 years ago, I don't know. You know, I saw it. There was no way I'm going to, well, let me call the guy and that's not my job. I'm not a lawyer. My thing is, okay, well, the right thing to do is, IUIC got to say, look, brother, we're sorry. And we got all the evidence. He's out to school. He's on his own. And we're going to give you $1 million, you know, to set it. We're going to pay for all your doctor's bills. According to what I heard, allegedly they didn't do any of that. They was hoping that it went away. You know? So now, is this going to be a big deal? Is IUIC going to be put out there, you know, raked on the coals? We'll see. And that looks bad. That looks bad because the leadership of the IUIC didn't reach out to the brother or have a counsel and find out what happened. Oh, it's on camera. You hit the guy first. He was trying to run. You kicked him in the ass. You hit him with a pipe, and you kept. No, you out of here. You out of here because Your intent was to kill that guy. I'm going to kill this nigga. I'm going to kill this nigga.
Captain was found guilty and his case was sent upstairs. Let me see if I click some more. Upstairs to other people. The Bible says he is to pay full restitution. You think IUIC gives a shit? These so-called leaders are not who you think. I'm only involved because I actually defend my brothers and I despise bully niggas. When you look at these images, and to the brother Titus, bring the brother Titus on the stage.
I had street fights. I ain't never hit it with my face. Inside joke. I ain't never mess up a nigga where he's all his eye closed. He got, they got a cast around him. He looked like he got hit by a truck. I said, God damn, brother. Where was your spirit? And that's that bully, wolf-like nature of the IUIC. These guys are bullies. They're Bible bullies. That going back to Philadelphia, the deacon, what's his name, Apostle Geno Jennings. And then they would tell the cops said that we can press charges on these guys because they clearly intimidated. That was clearly an act of intimidation. Clearly an act of intimidation. This is watch what Yahweh B'Ashem Yahushua is going to do to the IUIC. He's going to break it up. And if there's any elect out among them, they're going to get it. They're going to do the right thing. Because they're not doing the right thing. They're not teaching the scriptures right. They're not calling on the name Yahweh B'Ashem Yahushua. Hey, ISUBK, they call on the name Yahweh B'Ashem Yahushua. Do I be getting on the IS? We used to go back and forth. ISUBK, they say pretty much what we say. There's a few things that they go off on is the mark of the beast. And I believe that they know that the mark of the beast is a chip. What else? There's a couple of things that that's one of them. That's one of them. But they do call on the name Yahweh. Hey, when Captain Zarek have debates, he teaches script. He'll bring out a precept, and I'll say that's the same precept I would use if I was in that situation. Or he might bring a precept, and I might say, oh, that's a good precept. I was thinking of this precept, but he said that, so I'm gonna put that on the list. Because you learn from other camps too. Now they ain't gonna say that though. We learn from GM. No, they ain't gonna say that. But we'll say it about them. If you hit me with a scripture that I have a list, and you hit me with a scripture, I said, man, that's a good scripture. I don't use that. I got to use that. So let's go.
Stage. Bring the brother Titus. Go to StreamYard. Hey, brother Titus, are you there?
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine, brother. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you mind if I show these images? I want to talk about them for a second before I bring you on.
I'm past there, man. You don't show that.
I appreciate it.
Okay, good. So this is the guy. After the fact, he was hospitalized. He got when you break. Look, did you use an iron pipe? Did you beat this guy down with an iron pipe?
Show these images. Click these images. This is what that fake ass captain, and this the same captain that bullied Gorilla Hebrew and them. If I could, but listen, Gorilla Hebrew and them try to act like he had an agreement with Big Frida. Big Frida is Abiel. Remember when Big Frida punked the whole Unity camp? The only one I give a pass. I personally love Elder Barak. That brother showed me excellent brotherhood when I was in Israel. So I'm not talking about him. But that Gorilla Hebrew was a coward because he did not defend Barak at all. Mm-hmm. You could not.
Well, then I remember that they had a march. They had a Unity camp, and they had a march with the IUIC. They had like 2,000 of them, and then the dancing bear. I call him the dancing bear. Abiel, it used to be Abiala. He rolled up in that intimidating. These guys are masters of intimidation. They're bullies. The IUIC, it should be the IUIB, Israel United in Bullyism. These guys are bullies. They're bullies. This is what happens when you have big numbers. That pride gets up in you. And Nate is full of pride, man.
I have done that in front. Listen, when I went I remember I have an issue being a defender. You can call it a flaw. You can.
And that was some bully shit when y'all jumped them brothers. What was that out there in what was that? Is that Columbus? And that was all over the goddamn place. Cause you had IUIC, you had what, 2 or 3 brothers speaking. You had a cameraman. You had 4 brothers. Right around the corner, you had about at least 20, 25 brothers, and then y'all had the fucking mic, cause you can watch the video. Y'all had not the mic, the speaker. You had the speaker pointing on them to drown them out. Now, I don't know who was there first. I don't know if y'all were, but either way, let's say IUIC was 100% correct in being there. This is our spot. But sometimes IUIC come. The right thing to do, did not the Apostle Paul say that in 1 Corinthians chapter 6? Why not take low? I'm just paraphrasing. I'm not going to go to it. Somebody can put it up. Help me out, y'all. But I know it's in 1 Corinthians chapter 6. Why not take wrong? There's not too many words. Now, the right thing to do was maybe talk. It says this don't make no sense because we're drowning each other out, But you know what? We'll leave. Or whatever the case may be. But then you had incidences of IUIC have it set up a camp and you have ISUBK come and set it right next to them, which you guys are not in the spirit of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. And then even the IUIC did that to one of the camps out there in Pittsburgh. This is years ago. You had the one brother. This is IUIC. That's that bully. This is why certain guys stand out on YouTube. Hey, Captain Desiriac stands out on YouTube. Okay, so I give him credit. Captain Katazak stands out. I know their names. I know both of their names because they're always on YouTube. There's certain guys, well, I never see you. I never saw, because y'all ain't doing that. Hey, they're not the Apostle Paul, and I always go to this, man. Apostle Paul said that you all show the same diligence. So if you're in the IUIC, who are you supposed to be following? The leadership, right? You got Yohana, you got General Yohana, you got General Mahaiman, you got the captains and so forth. And then you got captains. These are captains, and you should know their names. But you're gonna know them. You should say, well, let me be more like Captain Zariak or Captain Kadazak. You see me every week. Show me where. Tahar, you haven't been out there I remember one week I was sick. I was so sick I couldn't get up, and brothers was on. Tahar, where you at? You didn't come out, brother. What happened, nigga? You falling off? No, I was sick. I believe I had to go to the hospital. It was the day that we went to camp. I was in the hospital. They had me stay overnight a couple of nights, and then they let me go. But Tahar didn't come out. Okay, I'm in this thing for the long haul, brother. I ain't gonna let y'all go out there and I don't be out there, So there's a lot of guys, a lot of brothers in Israel that are on low levels. They don't do no videos. They just kind of there. They can be in this thing for 10 years and they're kind of there. You might curse him out to do a video. He might do a 10-minute video. The next time he does a video might be 10 months from now. So this is our job. Our job is not to march around churches intimidating people. Hey, the scripture says, 2 Corinthians 13, verse 5. Examine yourself. Prove your own self, whether ye be of the Most High, lest ye be a reprobate. And at this point in time, Bishop Nate is a reprobate. He's teaching Roman Catholic doctrine. You're going to burn in hell, which he started teaching that about 3 years ago.
Call it whatever. Sinetta tells y'all all the time. One time we was outside. We was waiting to do the David Banner interview, and we outside. It's me, Sinetta, Zakar, Red Pill, and I forget the other brother that was out there. Some cat is coming down the street. He's walking towards Sinetta. Before he can get to Sinetta, I'm walking in front of him because that's the type of person I am. So for Gorilla Hebrew to let them berate and talk to Barack like that, he's a coward. A coward. And then he joins Purple. He's Sakari, but he's Purple at the same time. They put out the video. I love Purple. They're my brothers.
Yeah, that's that guy. And then, you know, the new news. He's like I said, he's not. You know, he's not one of the elect. And that act that you just did, you know, even thinking about that, that's not kosher at all. He's not one of the elect. He's not gonna make it. He's done. And like I said, that was the act. I saw that, but I got to go back and watch that. But the dancing bear, Abiyala, he likes to intimidate. He's a big Negro. All right. He looks like a Russian bear, and he likes to dance, and he likes to intimidate. That's what they known as. They like to intimidate people because they got big numbers. But that's what. Be careful what you ask for, what you wish for. And that he want to have the biggest camp. But guess what? Now you guys are a bunch of wolves. You're wolves in purple.
I love them. Well, y'all
didn't march. Y'all niggas didn't march. You didn't send the dancing bear to Kenya because Idi Amin would have kicked your ass. You didn't hop on a motherfucking plane of 2,000 y'all and march down fucking Kenya way. You didn't do that because they would have declared war on you and killed half of y'all niggas and locked up the rest of y'all and sentenced y'all to 20 years. You be doing classes. So how about Shem Yahushua is going to deal with the IUIC? He's going to take them down. He's going to take them apart. He's going to chop them in half.
Make sure y'all ask Gorilla Hebrew, does he love this? Make sure y'all ask him to have the same energy. I'm going to say one more thing. None of this is personal for me. Me personally, I like Gorilla Hebrew. Personally, I've never had a personal issue with him. But spiritually, they ain't
Well, I don't know if that changed. I don't know how old this is, but I got a personal. Hey, brother, that pagan thing. I don't want to. Hey, if one of the apostles or elders they confess it that they like getting pegged, don't come to the camp. I don't want to see you no more. Matter of fact, move to fucking California. Fucking move to Japan some goddamn where. I don't want to breathe the same fucking air you breathe. If you like getting pegged, if you fantasize about getting pegged, I don't want to be around you, bro. Just off yourself. Just delete yourself. Because you know damn good. You cannot be an elect and get pegged at the same time. You a prophet of the Lord, but at night you get pegged. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Shit. Spiritually, they're not. They're not. If they don't put out and have the same energy, this is a brother that got supremely violated by a man he thought was his brother. This is not like an IUIC member and an ISUBK member seeing each other and then clashing. Even though it still would be wrong, you would at least expect it. You would say, well, they banging on each other, so you expect that. This is a member versus another damn member. You show these pictures out. Not just that one. Show the pictures of what they did to the brother. This is what they did.
This is unexcusable. This is unexcusable. You know, when you go to the hospital, they got that shit tied up. Beep, beep. And the nurse coming checking you every 15 minutes. Your eyes completely closed. You would think that this guy got ran over by a truck.
Did to that brother.
But then it was the brother's fault for joining IUC. I guarantee you this guy was talking shit about the ISUBK. I guarantee you he's talking shit about the GMS. And I'm going with the I. The Lord is dealing with the I. That's what you get. And that show you. Let me give you a precept. Let me give you a precept. I don't like that part. Say, I would join GMS, but that mark of the beast thing, we all know is sin in all of its forms. So you went there because the Most High led you over there because you're not one of the elect. Okay, whatever happens to this thing, at the end of the day, you're not one of the elect. Are you out there? You back normal, right? You walking around? Did you set up a camp? Are you out there on the highways and the byways? No. Did you say, can I join the IUIC camp, or can I join the GMS camp, or whatever the case, or do my own thing? You ain't doing it. You are a civilian in this thing. Now, I'm talking, I forgot where I was going to go. Oh, St. John. John 10. Okay, then you know what? Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entereth not by the door into the sheephole, but climbeth up some other way. The other way is IUIC, all right? And also IUCPK, because they don't have the full truth. Captain Tazariak, if I ever run into you, you did leave me a message about a year ago that we got to meet. Eventually we'll meet. No big deal, you know? I'll tell you one thing, if we ever roll up on your camp, we'll salute you. Hey, shalom, Mark. Talk on the side, whatever. You know, and we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to get, in other words, things are gonna get with this guy, Nero. And Nero was known for having a deep, dark hatred for the Israelites, but they were being called Christians. Israelites that believe in the Messiah. So you think that spirit went out of him? He gonna say, I'm black. Watch. Then we got to do something about them black. This dude want to open up Alcatraz. Why do you think he want to open up Alcatraz? Because he want to put people up here. He want to lock people up. That's that cruel Lord in Isaiah chapter 19. When it speaks about a cruel Lord, that's that cruel Lord. He don't give a damn about them Latin tribes. All the ass kissing that you Latin tribes did, and a lot of you niggas put this guy in office, and he pulled a fast one on you. That's what you get. Marrying white woman. He that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, and we would represent Yahushua is the door. We would represent the doorkeepers, like we open the door, right? But climbeth up some other way, you went to the IUIC. Because a GMS wasn't good enough for you, and the IUPK wasn't good enough for you, but that purple and gold got you. Look at the way they march on the street. Look at the order. The Most High dealing with them, because you wasn't thinking with a spiritual mind. You were thinking with a carnal mind. And what happened? That's what you got. So guess what? You are disenchanted by the whole Hebrew Israelite thing. It says, is a thief and a robber. But he that entereth in by the door is the sheep, the shepherd of the sheep. The shepherd is Yahushua, but we are also shepherds under Yahushua, right? It says, to him the porter, we are the porter or the doorkeeper, openeth, and the sheep hear his voice. Hear whose voice? Yahushua's voice. Through what? Through the scriptures. And he calleth his own sheep by name, and leadeth them out. And when he putteth forth his own sheep, he goeth before them, and the sheep follow him, for they know his voice. So you heard the video, you had to watch the video about the MOTB that is sent in all of its form, and you said, that sounds good. I don't like the way GMS break it down. So I'm not getting with them. So you went through the wrong door. You fucked around and found out that these niggas are brutal and they will kill you. Not to say that the IUIC killed Joy Morgan, which is a bug out. That's why we didn't get on them about that. They said that's you got to, you don't know what bug outs come to your school, so you can't really blame it on them. But the fact that this guy, this high up captain, that came up in rank to do this thing, that, for one, He has no control of his spirit. He could have actually killed the guy. And then for you not to act on it, now that it's got to go to the court. What does it say in 1 Corinthians chapter 6? Go before the Lord before the unjust. Well, he's forced to go before the Lord before the unjust, because y'all didn't give him no justice. Nate didn't say, okay, go call the brother up, tell him we're sorry. We're going to have a council. Was the thing on video? Let's get all the evidence. Okay, brother, you are no longer part of the school. Make it known he is no longer part of us. He's on his own because of the wicked act that he did. I'm just dealing with that scenario, right? So now we're going to get in contact with this brother. We're going to apologize. We're going to pay for all his doctor bills, and we're going to give him $1 million or whatever the case may be. You know, he'll stay. He'll say, well, these brothers are righteous. The leadership showed righteousness. They showed fairness and so forth. But this guy that beat him down is still in that thing. He's still in there. So now it's got to go to the Esau. And you know how Esau, oh, these are Israelites. The Israelites did this. Oh God, let's call CBS, call MSNBC. You know, call CNN. Oh, we're going to stretch this thing out. We're going to make a lot of money on this. So, because if I hear something like that, remember GMS beat the shit out of let's say an IUIC, just beat the shit out of him. And it's known that the IUIC brother didn't do nothing to him. He just wanted to kick his ass. Well, that dude's out. He said, brother, you out of here, brother. You out of here. We don't know you no more. You're a heathen. That's what it meant. That's what it means by how should I say, cast him out as a heathen man. Look at him like he's another nation. Okay, so let's listen.
And they're doing nothing about it, and he's still allowed to be in there. Still allowed.
Right? Yeah. See, that's what I just said. You can't tell me, oh, we don't have the evidence. First of all, Bishop Nate is a detective. He knows about evidence, man. He knows them little cop tricks. And what the cops do, they trip you up. They ask you certain questions. Like this J cop pulled me over for a non-seatbelt. And he said, do you have anything to say? And I said, no, I ain't got shit to say. He said, I'm exercising my right to remain silent. He gave me a dirty look. Because sometimes you say something. Well, I thought I put it on. And then that's all on paper. When you go to court, he writes everything down. He don't remember shit. He writes everything down. Now, what I used to do, because I was in the law, I would ask for his notes. I said, can I see your notes? And if he said no, I said, Your Honor, could you compel him to give me the notes? Yes, you got to give this man the notes. I would look at his notes and I would ask him questions based upon his notes and get him trapped up. They used to hate when I used to go to court. I used to get these judges trapped up. I remember this one case I had where I fucked him up and the judge still found me guilty. I totally fucked him up. The cop didn't know it. He kept looking at the judge. He didn't know how to answer. And they still found me guilty. And I said, that's all right. I had a full trial. They were waiting for me too. When they came in, the judge, how you doing, sir? They knew who I was because they were ready for me. This was years ago. It was for $50. But I had a back and forth. They even hired a fucking law firm to represent them. Because I said I was going to sue them in a federal court. and I said, you know what, the $50, I'll pay it. I lost, but I won. Because I gave them, what do you call that, a motion to dismiss. I gave them, how do you call it? There's a lawful lingo. But I gave them, I think it's omnibus. It's like bill of particulars. I asked for a whole lot of things. I asked for like 20 different things under a subpoena ducis tecum. Look that word up. That's when I used to know all that lingo. And one of the things I asked was dismiss the case on the grounds that I was not how did I put it? I was not mentally evaluated whether I'm crazy or not, and you cannot, a crazy person cannot make a plea. And that's in the law. And I showed him the law. I showed him the case law. I showed him the law. I said, you cannot, if a knowing crazy person says guilty or not guilty, you can't accept it because he's crazy. So what you're supposed to do in court is anytime you go before the court and plead guilty or not guilty, normally, and then they'll say, I'll plead for you. You can't plead for me. I plead for myself. What if I didn't? I just want to play with you. But, play games. You're supposed to, reprimand them to a psychiatrist. And a psychiatrist has to evaluate you, and they'll deem, he's crazy. So they said, well, at this time, Mr. Jones cannot make a plea because he's mentally incapacitated. And then what they'll do is they'll throw the case out based upon the fact, and they might reprimand you to the crazy house. So that's one of the items that I used. He said, nope, everything I gave him 20 reasons to throw this case out. He said no to all of them. And that judge hated me. But anyway, I'm sorry. Back to the thing. See, this is damn. When they go to court, the jury's gonna see this. They're gonna see the pictures of his broken arm in 3 places. They're gonna see that he got a limp or whatever the case may be. They're gonna see all of that. And you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna find my man guilty and they're gonna lock his ass up.
To be in there. You got to have the same energy, because I got the same energy. When Nate locked them brothers up for crimes they didn't commit, I said something. I don't care what nobody says about it.
Well, that goes back to that. That was wickedness. But he's saying, well, they set me up. Well, what you mean? Who set you up? Other police. Well, when you on the force for a number of years? Was it 20 years or whatever the case may be? Didn't you already know about the corruption in the police? But you kept going back. You even said that on one of these talk shows. You talked about how the police, they're told when you go into a so-called black and Latino neighborhood, give them tickets. But when you go among the small hats, don't give them no tickets. You said that as your experience as a NYPD detective.
About me. I'm not a respecter of persons in the sense that if there's a sin being done, you should talk about it. There's nothing wrong with it. So what I did was I reached out to Judah Mack.
All this is going to be part of evidence. You're going to have that lawyer, the persecutor. He's on Exhibit A, as you can see right here. His arm is broken. His finger is broken. His eye was shut. He limps. He can't. He had 20/20 vision. Now he has, his vision is gone. He's legally blind in one eye. The jury sees all this shit, and we got video of it. And the guy goes down, and you still stomping on him. You nigga. So this is gonna look bad, but had IUIC got all the evidence, said you didn't do the right thing, you're out to school. We're gonna work with this guy. We're gonna pay his doctor bills. We're gonna take care of him, and then we're gonna give him $1 million, whatever the case may be. And we're sorry. Then the case wouldn't come up. So now it's coming up in court.
I reached out to Judah Mack. I messaged him. He didn't see the message.
And remember, Judah Mack and Masha, whatever his name is, somebody help me out. I saw the council, and they didn't let them go. They were, and then it caused Captain Uriah to leave because he saw the injustice of that. And I have the video on that. Captain Uriah did a 4-hour video, and this dude is like a lawyer. This dude was going in the scriptures. He was going in the key words. I said, this dude, you know what? I got it in my phone somewhere. I got to give you the video. But he fucked him up. And then he said, I'm leaving this camp because this camp is unjust, not just.
I said, I commented on the post, put my...
On another thing that they do in IUIC, when they talk to brothers, just like in the movie Battlefield Earth, if you haven't watched that movie, every Israelite should watch that movie, the whole movie, Battlefield Earth, with John Travolta and what's his name, Forrest. The main actor was John Travolta, and in that movie they would go to bars and talk, and one guy would be, recording what you says, and it'll get you saying something about a superior officer, and then if you deny it, he'll show you the tape. He said, "Look, I got you saying it." So that's what these guys did. The Malachi, the Levite brother, he said, "Record everything. You never know. It may come back to bite you." So this thing is going to come back to bite him. Another scandal brewing.
A number in there and say, "Brother, I want to rap with you." He calls me. When he calls me, which happened today, I spoke to him.
I mean, I had fights. I ain't never bruised somebody up like that, bro. I ain't never bruised somebody. He looked like he got hit with an aluminum baseball bat 2-3 times. That's pure hate.
And the brother's a good brother. And he said I was a good brother. And I said, I really would like to talk and give a voice to the brother that it happened to. I didn't know his name at the time. And so he said he would reach out to him. So I was able to speak to Titus. And I told Titus, I want him to come out here because this didn't happen recently. This happened last year. And as I asked other Israelites that I'm in communication with, I asked them if they know about it. And they all say they don't know nothing about it. The IUIC has what in the IUIC? Who knows? Who can read my mind? What's the IUIC have? No. Read my mind. Remember, nobody knows about this. Nobody. The NDA. There's an NDA that exists in the IUIC where you can't speak about nothing, or they can charge you, they can sue you, they can do all these things to you.
Yeah, when you have an NDA, that's not a good thing. Hey, that's not a good thing at all. Whatever you see, you can't say nothing. That's when did Yahweh Shai make give paperwork out to the apostles, the disciples, and say, you can't say nothing? He told them to say what's done in the house be spoken in the rooftop.
So I wanted to reach out to Brother Titus, and I said, "Brother, would you come on my?"
And he's not a brother. He's an Israelite, but he's not a brother because he's not doing the work. Who is my Matthew 12, around about the 40th verse? Who is my brother? Who is my sister? Who is my mother? But them to do the will of the Father. Remember, when this guy decided to join, he watched GMS videos, he watched ISUBK videos, he talked shit about the ISUBK, he talked shit about GMS. He said IUIC, the Most High, is working with this guy. Well, was the Most High working with him? No. The Most High set up IUIC as a stumbling block so this guy could get jacked up.
A show and tell your story, because your story needs to be said, because nobody knows that this is going on. And the brother Titus was extremely super kind to come on the show. So brother Titus, before we get into it, brother, can you please introduce yourself?
No, he's cool with you guys now because he found out. He effed around and found out. And this video is an old video. This is not new. This is an old video that was originally put up a couple years ago.
So you could tell them where you're from, where you at. The floor is yours, brother.
Oh man, well, hold the camera. Hey, Shalom, Israel, Most High in Christ bless.
So that show you where the nigga's mind at. That show you where he's indoctrinated. He gonna say the Most High in Christ bless. That's a salute. He's no longer in IUIC, and he's calling on Christ. So we don't got to help this Negro. And then the Titus, that's not even let's go into the word Titus. Let's go into the word Titus. Give me a second here. First thing he says is Most High in Christ bless. That's when I hang the phone up on him. And I'll guarantee you he's not out there on the highways and the byways. If you say, where's your camp? I don't do this no more. Let's go right here. Give me a second. Okay, I want the word Titus. Do you mean word? Yeah, let me do it this way. Titus. Okay, Titus. 2 Corinthians 2, verse 13. Let's do some history on Titus. Titus. Okay. Titus. Titus.
Strong's G 5103. Titus. Titus.
Titus. That's a Greek word. It's not a Hebrew word of Latin origin but uncertain signification. A Gentile Christian, we an Israelite that didn't know he was an Israelite that came into the fold, and Paul's companion in some of his journeys. So now this guy was known as Titus. I guess he was known as Titus in the school, in the IUIC, which that's not a Hebrew name. So wouldn't Titus, which is of Latin origins, wouldn't that be a cool name? Y'all call that cool. If your name is Joe, that's a cool name. You got to change your name to a Hebrew name, brother. Okay, my name is Yawasap. No, that's Ebonics. You got to change it into the biblical hillbilly Hebrew. So this guy's he's back in the world. He's back in the world. He's just he's a citizen. He's a civilian and back in the world, man. He ain't keeping the Passover. He ain't got no camp. He ain't built on nothing. And the Most High led him to the wrong camp. So he really hates the other camps. He hates all this whole thing about Israel, but he's working with Captain because Captain, is telling his story. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Because when you joined IUIC, you became an enemy to ISUBK and the GMS and whatever other group out there.
I'm an ex-member of IUIC. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly, brother.
All right. Yeah, I'm an ex-member of IUIC. And I'm up here to reenact what happened. So I got my little cameraman with me. I got some brothers up here with me on high alert. So in case somebody have a second thought, try to shut my mouth or something like that. So
oh, and another thing, he got the long hair. Let me bring that back. So the spirit wasn't dealing with this.
Somebody have a second thought, try to shut my mouth or something like that.
Look at how long his hair is. So he didn't have short hair when he was in IUIC and decided to grow it. He been had the long because they allow you to do that, and that's clearly that clearly goes against what the Apostle Paul said in 1 Corinthians chapter 11.
Like that. So let me come follow me. Just follow me.
Okay. Now, where are you taking us to, brother?
I'm finna show you. I'm in front of the Paradiso movie theater, the last ratchet movie theater in Memphis, Tennessee. Now, as you can see right there, there's a charger. Put the light on you. It's a charger right there. There's an officer on duty. Just remember that.
Okay.
And at what time is it? It's 9:11 at night. In the morning, there's an officer on duty, a police officer, and at night there's a police officer on duty. And as you can see right now, you see this place lit up.
Right.
As you can see, you see blue lights everywhere. Memphis, Tennessee is getting real bad at crime. So there's blue lights everywhere. But there's also cameras all around here and some hidden cameras. But I'm going to go and bring it out. So July 21st of 2022, I got invited to the movies by a brother. I ain't gonna say his name because I don't want no smoke to come his way.
Okay.
He invited me to the movies, and he had both of his kids with me. I don't know if you can see me, but it's a lot.
Yeah, we can see you. Yeah, we can see you, brother.
So he invited me to the movies. He was like, "Hey, bro, let's go to the movies." So I'm a truck driver. That's why I got this headset on. And I was like, "Hey, I got a load to deliver in Nashville the next day." So he was like, "Oh man, come on, bro. You go to the movies. You can come to the movie. You come on, bro. Woo woo." So I said, "Okay, all right, bro." So I left Marco's Pieces, which is in Germantown, which is back that direction. So it ain't nothing but like, I say about 10 minutes. So we stopped and got something to eat. Now, what I'm telling y'all is the same factual story that I gave the judge, the district attorney, and the sergeant that was on duty.
Okay.
So, like I said, I parked. parked over here. So as we walking toward the movies. We walking toward. So I go back to the Jeep to grab my jacket. And when I grabbed my Jeep, we were walking forward because you know how the movies is. It's always cold in there. So we walked up in there. I'm walking forward toward the movies. Next thing I know, he was like, "Oh shit, there go Hoshai. Oh, I see some head wraps. What you finna do?" I said, "Hey, bro, I'm finna go on roll. I'm finna go back to the car." So
now,
I
let me
go
ask
back
you
to
a
the.
question.
Go
Can
ahead.
I ask you a question? Why when y'all saw him now at this time, are you a member in IUIC?
There you go. You see how you quickly catching on to it? No, sir, I'm not.
Right.
I wasn't a member at the time. So
Okay.
I'm over here like, okay, bro, why you ain't you know what I'm saying, acting like kind of skittish, like why you ain't trying to duck and dodge? You know you don't supposed to be hanging out with me. I told the brother I ain't coming back. I'm out. So
wait. Hey, brother, if we could, and I hope you got some time, right? Because
because I'm trying to get through it. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because like so at this time you're not a member, but you're saying a member of IUIC is inviting you to go to the movies. Am I correct?
Correct.
Now that's kind of I am. Listen, I'm catching on, brother. So now wouldn't that be against like their protocol, so to speak?
There you go.
Because for those that don't know, the IUIC protocol is if a member is kicked out, nobody deals with that individual. That's their protocol. So now, if everybody's not following, what the brother is saying as he describing the night in question is that it's a brother from IUIC that is pleading with him to go to the movies. Right? Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And as y'all walking up to the movies, you see sexual chocolate. That's what we call it. We dubbed him sexual chocolate because he looked like sexual chocolate from Harlem Nights. So you see Hoshia, and Hoshia, you like making yourself, you a little suspect. So not suspect you being a suspect, suspect of what's going on. Like you look a little shady, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So it was like a date night, double date with the upper leadership or whatever.
Right.
And like I said, he said they go, Hoshai, what you finna do? I said, bro, I'm finna go back to the car. So he had his 2 kids with him, so they walk on up into the movies. So when they walk up into the movies, you know what I'm saying, I'm just in the car chilling. I'm talking to one my boss called me. He's like, hey, you gonna be on time for that load tomorrow in Nashville? I had a load of shingles. I was like, yes, sir, I'll be on time. And then I texting some female. I was like, hey, since I'm already here, we'll wait till these folks leave, and then I'm give them wait till these folks leave, call this little, female I was talking to, and get up here and catch a movie. So I waited at least 15 to 20 minutes. It was another officer and his wife walking away from the movie theater. I don't want to say nobody's name. I'm only going to say one person's name.
That's fine.
So he walks away with his wife and his son and his newborn daughter. And he walks in the way to the left. So I'm like, okay, wait 5 more minutes, they gonna be gone, and I can go on, continue on with the movie.
Now, are you waiting? So now, are you waiting because there was a previous issue with Hosea?
Man, me and him, like I said, man, the dude is not a bad person. He got some good in him, but he got some messed up ways. So, the last time I was at the school, we bumped heads because I feel like it was some bullshit going on with the judgment that was taking place because I was being my brother's keeper.
Okay, so let me speak about that. And the reason why I'm asking you to speak about that because this sounds like whatever issue he had is why the event occurred. So can you speak about what judgment you're referring to?
So this what happened, man. One of the brothers from OKC called me and wanted to inquire about a sister. But he wanted to know the truth because a certain deacon was getting on his ass, and he wanted to, dodge that smoke because he had just got through a divorce. So I was like, okay, cool. So he let me know. He called me, and I let him know the real deal. And he was like, damn, what's the name?
He got his hair cut, side. He got the razor on the side. So this guy, he just came in. You got a lot of guys that come in Israel like, oh, this is the new thing to do, Oh yeah. So he kind of came in. He came in with a worldly spirit. I guarantee you, he came in with the dreads and with the side, the side burn cut. When you put a razor on it. So this guy didn't come in right. I mean, he's an Israelite, but he's not. He's not of the elect because he would have been doing the work. He would have had to set up a camp, you know.
They didn't tell me nothing about that, so I was like, yeah. Hey, I remember.
And this is when you're saying the real deal. You're saying the real deal about the sister in question.
Yeah, like
So
why
is one
she was
person
out.
saying like the sister is free, another person saying the sister is not.
No, the sister was free, but she got a background. And when the sister got put out the body, the captains in my camp at the time called me and let me know, you know what I'm saying, what was going on and why she got put out. So like I said, I'm not trying to say nobody's name because I'm just here to tell you.
No, I don't want nobody. No, you listen. You could. What I'm gonna tell you, you could say whatever you want, but I'm not gonna press you to say anything. So I'm just gonna ask you questions. You know what I mean? I don't want to press you to say anything. So go ahead.
Yeah,
So you knew the woman's reputation.
Correct.
Gotcha.
He gonna be like, they're gonna probably be like, oh yeah, you was out here running your mouth and stuff like. See, when you out there putting in them bricks and you traveling like the leadership tell you to do, travel, you make a lot of friends, and people will see your character and they attach to you. And once they attach to you, you know, they swap numbers and then y'all be on the phone damn near all day, every day. The brotherly love, the unity is there. So somebody blinded with these lights, we're gonna rotate this way. But yeah, so you know. Like I said, the unity was there. Brothers reaching out to me, so it's a whole bunch of stuff. But I'm gonna get back to the
Right.
thing. So I got casted out. Brothers was hitting me up and
Wait,
like,
before you say you got casted out, is that because you wouldn't go with you went against?
Hell yeah.
Right. That's what, because that's important, because it sounds like the attack that happened to you was premeditated. So far, that's what it sounds like you're saying. So I want
he was trying to cover up. He was trying to cover up him telling me the situation about that sister, and he was trying to put it on me. Well, brother, you said a brother told you about that sister personal information. I sat there and said, no, bro, you told me that. I lied to the other.
Wait.
So there's a lot of he said, she said shit. When you get them women in there and them different men, and you got demons up in there, and you got guys that are so-called righteous. You know, women got baggage. All these women at a certain age, they got baggage. They've been with several different men, and they got a history. And then there's jealousy involved, and there's lust involved. I mean, like I said, IUIC is a well-organized mess. It's a well-organized mess. You're going over there to Papua New Guinea and these different places, and you got a hot mess over there. The scriptures say take the beam out thy own eye. How you going to go to Papua New Guinea and Nigeria and all these places when your house is not in order? Howard Shai said that, man. It says the sepulcher, which is, painted white. I'm merely paraphrasing, and look beautiful on the outside, which is a mausoleum today. That's a sepulcher. But inside of dead men's bones. So that's what you have in that school. It looks all nice and order, and everything is put in order in the glasses, and everybody's wearing the same, everything is in order. But inside of dead men's bones. Matthew 23.
Let's walk that down, because you just said something heavy. It sounds like you're saying he told you some information, but he didn't want you to tell people that he's the one that told you.
Correct, because this dude been in the hot seat for a long time, and he know it. So he's trying to keep his name out the mud. So he doing any little thing necessary to keep that smoke off. But eventually,
he was expecting you to lie in the council to say it's not him.
Exactly, and take the L, be quiet, go through the demotion period, and get raised back up again.
Wait. So now, So
there's a lot of manipulation going on. Y'all hearing it here, folks? Okay, this is one of the IUIC members.
He wanted, so you was the sacrificial lamb, so to speak. He wanted you to lie, and you said get the.
And see, Captain Zariak is concerned about this brother. I'm not concerned about him. First of all, he's a non-believer. He don't believe that he's an Israelite. So if you want to go to court, that's on him. I'm not here to give him a voice. He's back. This dude is back in the world. He's back in the world. He ain't started no camp. He ain't pushing Israel. I don't think he keeps. He's just a regular Negro, man. A lot of these guys are not really. They don't know. Apostle Gabar always goes into this, does videos on it. These guys don't know what they're involved in. When you come into this truth, you got to live this truth every single day. It's like a cop. When a cop is off duty, the old saying was, you're never off duty. Because if you're off duty and you see a crime, you got to act on it. Not when you're on duty, not when you're doing your shift. So the same thing goes with this truth. You're a Hebrew Israelite 24 hours a day.
Demoted. So what was your rank at the time?
Man, the man had demoted me 3 times about this damn girl. No, 2 times.
So what rank did you start at before you got demoted?
I was officer 10.
Okay, so you was an officer 10, and then you got demoted, and then what did you get to a soldier? So you got demoted to a soldier because you told the truth and wouldn't lie.
There you go, my friend. That's it.
And Hosea is.
It's all kind of fucking total wickedness. Total wickedness, man. And this is the same shit that you did with the Cornelius thing. You guys, you had the judgment. That old black fucking Billy Goat, a mafia, which he's in the spiritual realm. He had the judge. Let's read the judgment. Even though we straightened shit out, they wanted the judgment. That's why I say Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai to all you niggas that was against myself, Apostle Gabar, the men of Connecticut, which are the bishops today. But these brothers, them brothers, they come down every chance that they get. They come down in New York. You know, they was down here a couple of weeks ago. They wanted to come down this week, this past weekend. You know, we get together when there's big fights and all that. We have brotherhood, man. And guess what? When we got 50 some odd men, New York camp. Never had a council. One brother. There might be a brother that kind of goes, he's a little rough around the edges, and you kind of suspend him for about a month, and then he come back and he's good. But there's no situation. See, when you got women involved, I told brothers, I said, look, don't bring your women around me talking about Tahar because you anoint my wife. Don't bring your wife around. Anoint your own wife. Get on your own tribe. Inside joke. Anoint your own wife.
The one that got you demoted because you wouldn't lie for him.
There you go.
Let me just ad-lib for a little bit. This is not brotherhood, Akim. Counsel, what we know about counsel is supposed to be of the Lord. It's supposed to be truthful so that the Lord can show the judgment in the matter. If nobody's listening, if y'all not following, because I know the brothers talking fast, I'm talking fast. If y'all not following, the brother Titus was told information about a certain sister by Hosea, aka Sexual Chocolate. When he told,
yeah, I already know the brother. I wish I can give it. I can give you a picture. I can find him, but yeah, I know the brother. He kind of remind me of James Brown. I call him James Brown in the movie that came out with this brother. He kind of got a James Brown spirit on him. But anyway.
When Sexual Chocolate told Titus the information.
You crazy, Captain. Sexual Chocolate. Hey, you guys got IUCBK got nicknames for brothers like we do. Sexual. Well, you know, the new name for my man, the dancing bear. The dancing bear. Sexual Chocolate. You crazy, man.
Titus stayed true. When he was asked in the council who gave the information, he said
he stayed true to the game and got blamed for it. And that's lame. You gotta have a little fun.
He said Hosea. I'm saying Sexual Chocolate. He said Hosea. When he says Hosea gets angry at Titus and demotes him for telling the truth.
I'm confused about one thing, brother.
I want to add to that. This how he played it. See, when I found out about it, he had another brother from another camp had called and started the conversation. So they all got all the leadership on a private little phone call, and they called one of my friends at the time. They called me after that. So I knew he was coming. That's why I had called him the next day to see, are you really finna do this to me? Are you really finna set me up for the glory of Rome? You finna really set me up to be called Caesar, or just to be seen, or whatever the case. So I said, I waited. So that Friday we did a Fix Your Face Friday with Deacon Abiel. Didn't do that show. He did the show, but he did it something about some dogs, jacking off dogs or something like that. Folks trying to what's that when you got dogs and stuff and you got them in the cage and you got the hand on the thing, got the female next to it was dog breed.
Kennel.
So he was in the kennel. So he did a class about that. So he used me that Friday because he know I was cold at the IT and on the camera team and so on and so forth. So I still do photography and videography to this day, and I guess you will say the world. And I still keep my business going. So after that next Saturday, he already
Yeah, but are you doing the Lord's work? That's the question. Where's your camp? You should have said, first of all, I have a camp, and the title of my group is the IUIJ, Israel United in Jesus, or whatever. I don't know. I don't believe this man is out there on the highways and the byways. I don't believe this man is growing in the truth. I believe this man, but I could be wrong. He could have a camp. All this mess that happened, you know that you're an Israelite. You still got to push this truth.
My brother called me and said, "Hey, bro, you was right, bro. They finna come get you. Such and such. They coming, bro. So be on the lookout for that." Saturday morning, the Sabbath, I'm all right. I'm up in there doing my regular duties at the school. Next thing I know,
which, by the way, Saturday, both IUIC and ISUBK are both wrong about the Sabbath. The Sabbath is not on Friday sundown. The Saturday sundown, the Sabbath is based upon the new moon. Okay? The Sabbath is based upon the new moon, and GMS is the only group that teaches that. And you don't want to have a debate because you're going to lose. No way you can show me Friday sundown, Saturday sundown is the Sabbath, unless the new moon fall on that day. And the new moon is a dark moon. And I still throwing this out there for any member of the IUIC. Bishop Nate said that 3 hours of darkness when Yahushua was on the cross, or as you guys say, Christ was on the cross. Was that he said it was an eclipse. Was it a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse? I'm gonna keep asking that until you give me the answer.
Oh, this man, what he do? He come up in there, "Hey y'all, let me get all the leadership to the back to the kitchen." Oh, really? What? I can't believe he do this. So I go up in there and pack all my things and all so on and so forth. And then next thing you know, he calls everybody to the meeting room. It's going to be a demotion and all that, so on and so forth. And then next thing you know, he bring out some precepts. See, what he do, he'll be the orchestrator of the chaos, but he'll use another person to sit there and issue out the demotion so you can direct your anger toward him, and he can come behind you and put his hand on your shoulder and say, "Hey, bruh, we love you, bro. Woo, gaslight." It ain't nothing but game. So.
Okay, so they're playing that. They're coming off more and more. These guys are looking like the wicked scribes and Pharisees in Matthew 23.
He does that, stands me up, talking about some, "Did you?" I said, "Yep, that's right. Yeah, sure did. Bring it out." I just didn't care because I said, I can't believe a dude that I travel with pour wine in this glass, sold cars, watch these kids. We was everywhere together. I was your personal scribe, recording everything you did.
That's why you don't be all friendly with every fucking body. You know? The scriptures speak about test a friend, right?
Putting it down, chopping your stuff up, editing it, and uploading it to YouTube. And then you set me up like this? That's what made me so damn angry. I just spazzed the fuck out. I'm sorry. I just spazzed out. So when I left, everybody was, some brothers was crying. Some brothers was like, "No, man, bro, no, this can't be true." You know what I'm saying? They couldn't accept it. So, man, like I said, I got casted out. And I was like I said, when you leave IUIC, you're gonna go through a depression. If you leave that organization, you're gonna go through a damn hard depression. That PTSD from that Israelite camp, bro. Like I said, I ain't got nothing against the camp. I'm bringing out something toward this person to what he did. So just to protect his image. Then,
well, you should went on the fast, and then you should said I'm free and do your own thing. You didn't do. From my knowledge, you don't got a camp. Now you can prove me wrong. Captain Zariak is a Notar. He got a camp. This is his camp right here. Okay, he been doing the work. I don't think he is. I think he's what's the word? Disenchanted by the whole Israelite thing. So maybe he went back to being a Baptist.
When I leave, it got cast out. I was out and I told them folks I ain't coming back. Then it was brothers hitting me up talking about, we know you blameless and so on and so forth. We want you to come back. And I thought about going back. Man, them folks talking about some shit.
Now who's the brother? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want you to say the names, but you said, so brothers in IUIC was saying that was calling you saying you should come back. Now, did you ask any of them, or did any of them say you was right and that he was wrong?
Oh yeah, it was officers hitting me up saying that they know he was wrong for that because you was being your brother's keeper. But he just don't give a damn about that. That shit had got up the chain and he didn't want that smoke.
I want to read this scripture that's on.
Okay, so so they show favoritism. If you're a higher rank compared to a lower rank guy, and the lower rank guy is telling the truth, all the evidence leads to the fact that he's telling the truth, they're gonna go to the higher ranking guy because they know him more. There's a lot of favoritism, partiality. The scriptures speak about being partial in this truth.
On the screen real fast. This is Ecclesiasticus 37:8. It says, beware of every counselor, and know before what need he have, for he will counsel for himself. And that's what this sexual chocolate nigga did.
A good precept.
Messiah, he counsel for himself. And then it says, lest he cast the lot upon thee. And what he did when you wouldn't listen to his counsel, he got you kicked out. And what's bugged out to me is that the brothers that you saying contacted you saying you should come back and you was wrong, did you ever ask them, why don't y'all say that to the leadership there?
Man, bro, you already know what it is. They ain't
I
gonna
do,
say
but
nothing.
Brother, a lot of these questions I do know, but I need them to hear it from you. You know what I'm saying? So,
folks ain't finna get demoted, bro. They ain't finna put their neck out on the line, cause like I said, you don't know if you don't know, yeah or nay. They don't want to step outside their bounds. They don't, you know what I'm saying? Cause they don't want you. You can't go against the leadership, bro. You can't.
What it sound like? So what it sound like? If I could, what it sound like, brother, is that you chose to serve the Most High, and they did not. And here's what I mean by that. When we go all throughout the scriptures, you'll see men that chose the truth over death. Whether it's the 7 sons and the mother. Whether it's I think it's Daniel and Susanna, right? It was Daniel that stood up for Susanna. Whether it's Daniel that stood up for Susanna. In the faith, even Meshach and Abednego and them going into the fire. Like what they chose was to fall in the Lord's hands and not in their enemy's hands. And so the Lord was with you even in this, because although this is a tragic event, this gets to show just how evil and vile and disgusting IUIC is. And those men that called you are just as bad as Hosea, because they should have saw your strength and became strengthened. They should have saw your strength and they should have did and stood with you. It would have been.
Another precept come to mind. We're all familiar with this one. I'm going to read this in the NLT, King James and the NLT. Exodus 23. Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thy hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many, to wrest judgment or wrestle judgment. Let's look up the word wrest. which is, I think the word should be in the Hebrew napathal. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's click on it. Right, it means to wrestle. Nata, to stretch out, extend, spread out, pitch, recline, turn. In other words, don't fix yourself to take a lie and make it sound like the truth.
Better to not tell you to come back, but to say if they don't accept you back, we're leaving too. And they would have brought justice into IUIC. If they would have done that, then IUIC might have gotten a wake-up call to what actual righteousness is. But instead, they chose to just say, come back. We're not going to sacrifice our rank. We're not going to sacrifice our position of power. Brother, you are strong as hell. I want to tell you that. I want to be the first one. If ain't,
I wouldn't tell him he's strong as hell. The first thing I would ask him is, "Where's your camp at? Are you teaching?" You look, and another thing, this man is lined up. He's lined up. He's just a regular Jake that came into this thing. He watched all the different videos. He chose IUIC. He effed around and found out. Now he's just a regular civilian in the world. I said that. I'm gonna keep saying that. And Titus not even a Hebrew name.
Ain't nobody told you that. It takes an extreme amount of courage to be in the face of elders, to be in the face of so-called leadership, and to have to stand for the truth, knowing the man that's human, that you report to, that you said you fixed his wine. You did work for him. You obeyed him. And this is the man that's asking you to lie, and you chose the truth over that. Brother, I applaud you for that. I just want to let you know. No sweat, brother. Go ahead.
The traffic is getting a little crazy up here, so I'm gonna go ahead and run through this story.
Okay, no sweat.
So, is that you a hoe?
No, that's me. Yeah, you got it, brother.
No, you Brad is follow me. So the camera this way, so he can't.
And for those that don't know, he's taking us to where it happened. That's why he's saying that. So I'm gonna let him tell the story, and then we're gonna go back and get the conversation going. Go ahead, brother.
I don't know if you can see. There's just a lot of traffic up here.
No, we can see. We see everything clear. Don't use it on me. Yeah, let's put it on him. Yep.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna let this Tesla come back. Let this Tesla come back, cause they looking like they about to pull out. So like I said, so I'm back at the car over here. So I'm over here by this white truck, if you can see it over there. So I'm thinking the coast is clear. So I pulled out. So I drove right past the officer and his wife and his little boy. I mean, I want to say their name so bad, but I can't say it. I gotta watch myself. So because like I said, these folks was family to me. So everybody in there knows me. So it ain't no games or nothing like that. So I pull out this lane right here, and I come in front of the movie theater. So as I'm driving, as you can see, I was on the phone with the female or whatever. Come on this way, and as you can see right there in between the columns right here. I don't know if you can see the movie time, like the movie.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I see it.
So I'm looking up at the top to see what the movie times are, and trying to, say the times to the sister I was talking to at the time. Because after this event, she dropped my ass like a coat with no holder, man. She got on down. So so I drive up. I'm driving. You with me? So I'm driving
with
the
you,
Jeep like this, and it was a curve of people that came out right here. So where them, I don't know if you can see them. Then where them three at, they walk out.
Okay, I see it.
Now come follow me. See, there's a lot of traffic up here. I'm gonna make it quick, man. To the main part.
Hey, don't rush, brother. Listen, we got all day. We got all night.
I ain't gonna skip it.
Okay, I appreciate. Okay, I know.
I ain't gonna skip a digger. Like I said, it's just remembering this. I ain't been up here since the incident.
Okay.
So when he coming out, he holding his rib like this. He holding his rib like this. So when he came out, I don't know if you can see me. Come up close.
Yeah, I see
He like this. He like this. he on high alert. So I'm over here looking at him, and I looked at him. He said, "What's up, bruh? What's up, bruh?" I said, "What's up, man? Shalom, bro. I try to call you and see how you were doing. I said I called you twice and I texted you twice to see how you doing."
He came into that in that cold, grimy nigga spirit. You know? Give you a precept. Basic precept. Romans chapter 8. He came in a carnal spirit. If he would have rolled up on this brother and his brother had 20 people with him, he wouldn't have did that shit. You know? He saw him by himself. He got carnal. All right? Romans 8. I'm going to go right to the point. Right. For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. Because the carnal mind is enmity or the enemy against the Most High, for it is not subject to the law of the Most High, neither indeed can be. So let's come on back.
Hey, bro, I'm in now. The screen is me, and I'm him.
Okay, I got you.
What's up with her?
So, and you're in the car.
I'm in the car.
Okay.
So I said, "Hey, bro, I tried to call you twice and text you twice to see how you were doing." Just like Judas said he do. He texts these people because, dude, you spent your whole life into this organization. You become bonded with these people. So I saw him. I was happy to see him. He said what he said. Hey, bro, what's up, bro? I said, hey, bro, I tried to call you and text you twice to see how you were doing. Bro, I'm a grown ass man. I'm going to call you when I want to call you. I looked at him like, whoa. I said, so that's how we going in 2022? And after you just got your ring back? So he's right here.
Wait, you said just so he lost his ring.
Oh, yeah, he got demoted. He got that smoke right after he casted me out. He got demoted right after that.
Okay, so
because his so-called girlfriend showed out. His so-called girlfriend showed out, quote unquote. His so-called.
But you just said
white.
You just said okay. You say he's walking out with his rib. Is it the same woman?
I'm trying to keep it professional. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you. Okay. But it's the same person. So the one that showed out is the same. Okay, got you. Go ahead, brother.
Same person. So
got you.
I'm in the Jeep. So I stop. The Jeep, did you see traffic? That lights this way, and you see the Jeep is going that way. The traffic going that way.
Right, I see. Yeah, I see.
So, I hope y'all bear with me. I hope y'all bear with me. I'm just seeing this whole thing. This is the first time me seeing this.
So I'm right here. Now I stop right here. All praises to the Most High. Now I want you to come over here and look straight up. Right there, up there in that corner. I don't know if you can see it. It's
I see it. Right.
So she walks around the car.
Okay, so there's cameras involved. So they got cameras involved.
She walks around the car.
You talk about the rear walks around the car.
Yeah, the rear walks around the car. You see, I don't know if you can see that white truck.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see the white truck all the way.
That's how far he was parked away from the Paradiso. That's how far he was parked away from the movies.
Gotcha.
So she walks to the car. So this man, he talking shit. I ain't gonna lie. He talking shit. I responding. He talking shit. I'm responding back. So he walks her around. I'm in park right here in front of the camera. I ain't moving. I'm right here in front of the camera. So he comes around making faces and shit, looking at me, and he just posts up next to my Jeep like this. But the whole time he looking at me, I got the window rolled down, just sipping my wine, just looking right at him, bro. I said, bro, I already know what you're doing. But soon as he walked out, bro, I ain't trying to be in the nude or nothing like that. He flapping his shirt up and down like this to show me a loaded firearm with a 30-round clip in it.
Wait. So
these are some old wicked ass demonic niggas, man. Did he have his paddle with him? Did he have his fringes on? So you can't say, well, we don't wear. He had according to him, allegedly, according to him.
Now, you in the car. You not out the car yet, right?
There you go. You're catching on quick.
I'm pretty smart. I'm following. I want my listeners to follow. So what the brother is saying, he's in the car. The cat starts selling woke tickets to him. He's selling woke tickets back. What he proceeds to do is walk on the driver's side, flap his shirt, and as he's flapping his shirt, he
intimidation. That's intimidation. When you show, hey, when the police pull you over, he got his hand on his weapon. All right, that's to protect him, and that's also intimidation. You do something stupid. What does Romans 13 say? He beareth not the sword in vain. It says, what does it say in Matthew? Agree with thy adversary quickly while thou still in the way.
He's flapping it to show that he has the gun on his waist.
So he was clearly thinking carnally. Why this man is still in IUIC? Well, I do know. It's showing the spirit of these guys. This is about, it's not what you know, it's who you know. It's what position you in. It's favoritism. And the scriptures say, a child left to himself shall be willful. And that's Bishop Nate. Bishop Nate is still, I don't give a damn if he's in his 50s. He's still a child. He doesn't know the scriptures, because if he knew the scriptures, he would fight against the spirit and he would say, you know what? The RFID, the MOTB is the RFID. He would say it. And if as soon as he would say it, them knuckleheads, Yawasop and Kanai and the rest of them would see it too. Because they don't have their own mind. Remember, they teach you how to think and not to think. You don't have reasoning skills when it comes to the IUIC.
Which is letting them know, I'll shoot you. That's IUIC.
So according to Tennessee, because I'm in Memphis, Tennessee, if a man if y'all get to arguing and he throw water on you, that's assault. If when he was showing me that firearm flapping that shirt up and down, that was assault right there. I already had one. So by me knowing that, that's why I stayed in the damn car. And then two, I don't know what type of bag this dude finna come out of. But
I mean, I would listen. I like the fact that now I don't know if you had a weapon on you or not, but when the cat flashes a gun, you immediately go on high alert. Like you said, you don't know.
That could have been a shootout, man. Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai is going to completely destroy the IUIC.
What he's going to do. But you said, just for the record, in the state of Tennessee, making that gesture is assault in itself. So even if you wanted to, you could have called and said, he's threatening me by flashing the weapon. That's what you're saying, right?
If you're too close to a guy's, what the saying, you're in my space. If you're in somebody's space and they say you're in my space, if you don't step back, that's assault. Assault doesn't mean to hit something. Assault and battery means you hit somebody. Assault, if you jump in somebody's face like you're going to do something, that's assault. That's a charge right there. If you hit a guy, that's assault and battery.
This is where I began being my brother's keeper. This when the shit get real here. I said, hey, bro, you know you don't supposed to have that. Put that up. I said, I got one of them too, but that's at the house. Bro. He was saying some shit. He was talking shit, and he was getting me roused up because, brothers that go to camp, they know how to make the scene hot. So I ain't been up in there since a year and a half. This dude know where I stay at. He knows where I stay at. I know where he stays. He knows where I stay. I stay in Bartlett, which is in the back end of Memphis. He stays in South Memphis, which when you come straight into Memphis, you right there in South Memphis. You right there where he at. When you cross the old bridge, you right there. So like I said, he flapped the gun like this. And I'm looking at him like, bro, you know you don't supposed to have that, bro. Put that up. You know you a 6-time convicted criminal, bro. You don't need to be having no loaded.
Okay, so this guy got a criminal. He got a history of history of violence. There's a movie called A History of Violence.
So, like I said, his rib is in the car. So Moses walks up. I be trying not to say the name.
I know. It's all right. It's all right, brother.
But this is a key person. Remember him.
Right.
This is a key person. So Moses, I'm still in the same spot right here in front of that camera. I ain't going nowhere, bro, because that's the reason why when he came up to the right here, he was looking left and right. He saw that camera. So he was like, you know what? Moses walked up and said, hold on, he ain't even worth it. So I got out the car. I was like,
Moses. So wait. So now the Moses cat is saying he's not worth it to sexual chocolate, right? That's who he's talking to. He's not talking.
Yeah, you're
Right. He's saying to him, and then, but they
And
also paying attention to the cameras.
correct. He was. Moses is a good dude. Moses is not a bad dude. He just got involved. He was here that night and he just got involved in the wrong situation. And like I said, when this smoke clear, I hope he, you know what I'm saying, like he said in court, he don't got no ill will against me. I don't got no ill will against him. So, brother, like I said, if you watching this or you see this, bro, just know I ain't got shit against you, bro. But like I said, remember Moses. So, like I said, he walks up and say, hold on, Ak. He ain't even worth it. So I said, Moses, damn, bro.
Do they use the word Ak? I thought that was Hebrew. I thought that was Paleo Hebrew.
What's up? So he walks back this way toward the light. We're gonna go back toward the light. So I'm outside my Jeep right now. My Jeep is still in the same spot. It's in the same spot where that couple walking in right there. And it's in the same spot. So get in front of me right here real quick. So at the time, the reason why he went back here is because Moses saw him, and it was a camera there. So he came at this time right here. That light right there was not here. It was dark as hell on this aisle. It was dark. So as he, you stay right there. As he's walking back to the spot, he's like this, man. He out here banging. I'm talking about dude was turned the fuck up. I'm sorry, bro. He was out here just like, man, come see me, bro. Come see me, bro. That's why we had to put your ass out. Such and such and such. He was banging his number because you know he GD4. He banging out. He
what
banging.
Does that mean? Hey, what does that mean, GD4?
Gangster disciple. He out here throwing.
I know. I need him to say that. So I just want.
Okay, so he's a former gangbanger. Okay, so he went back to being carnal, which is the violation of Romans chapter 8, as I just read. You know,
I got to get this on the record. So the IUIC member, that he's a captain, right?
Yes, sir.
So a captain in IUIC is brandishing, flapping the gun, and talk about GD4. He's a cop. He's a cop and gang member and an Israelite. God, James 1:8 says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
I remember that one night.
Scripture speak about coming in as a new creature. You can't come into this thing with your luggage, your baggage. That's why the Lord, our Lord Yahweh Shai Hamashiach told Nicodemus, you must be born again. But the scripture said, I believe it was Paul, he said, you got to come in as a new creature. Let me look that up. Let me go to it. It's either I think it's 1 Corinthians. Could be wrong. New creature. Okay. It's 2 times. 2 Corinthians 5. I thought it was 1 Corinthians. 2 Corinthians 5:17. Therefore, if any man be in the Messiah, he is a new creature. Old things, gangbanging, are passed away. Eating pork, eating shrimp, right? Going to church on Sunday. Behold, all things are become new. Galatians 6, verse 15. For in Yahushai Hamashiach Yahushai, neither circumcision availeth anything nor uncircumcision. What did that mean? It meant that if you were born in Israel as an Israelite, circumcised on the 8th day, or you were like Cornelius, born in a household that didn't push Israel, and you come into the truth. That's what it meant by Gentiles in the New Testament. But a what? A new creature. But a new creature. Let me click on dictionary. Okay. I don't want that. So let's come on back. So he went back. He went back to his gangbanging thing. He's a gangbanger, former gangbanger, but he's a former gangbanger, but he didn't leave that spirit. That's why he said what he said.
night, one time we was at camp, bro, and we was at camp, and it was some people across the street. I think.
See right there? See how see? That's a perfect shot. First of all, he got long hair. Apostle Paul said, it's a shame for a man to have long hair. And that's scripture. All scripture is given by inspiration of the Most High and is profitable for correction, righteousness, and so forth, right? Exhortation. And then he's Leviticus 19:27. He's got this cut down short, and he's got this, it's almost like a mohawk with dreads in the back. And you can see that a razor hit him. And they allow you to do that in the IUIC, but then they'll tell you, oh, where your fringes at, Ak? Watch what the Most High going to do, get ready to do with the IUIC.
He was on Bellevue and Macklemore, his favorite spot, because he stayed down the street from the damn place, so he ain't got to burn no gas, while everybody else got to drive around, burn gas and shit. So we he out here talking. He's like, yeah, and y'all ain't gonna do shit, and blah 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 blah. And he starts spitting his numbers. I'm looking at that man like, okay, bro, whatever. I said, hey, Cap, I'm gonna delete that out. Nah, but leave that in there. Leave that in there. Such and such, such and such. Look at this fool, man. It's life for real, bro. That's why I told you this is the last ratchet. This is the last ratchet hotel. I mean, not hotel, but movie theater in Memphis. That's why he came here.
Okay.
So, like I said, so we over here.
A lot of ratchet Negroes in Memphis, all over the place. Jake is just wicked, as the scripture says. Scriptures tell you in Jeremiah they have surpassed. I'm merely paraphrasing. Somebody put it in. I believe it's Jeremiah. Speaks about them being more wicked than the wicked, not so many words.
He out here banging, bro. I'm talking about here like this, flapping the shirt, and my rib right there. Remember that she right there. But as you can see, I don't know if y'all can see it, but right under that light, there's a camera.
So you got another camera. You got cameras all over the place. You got a witness, at least one witness.
This man was looking right at the camera and didn't even fucking know it. And like I said, I'm about to get turned up and get emotional. So this is the part. That's why I don't like bringing it out, but I'm gonna bring it out and be done with it. Like I said,
and that's why I said, hey, brother, and if I could, it says a brother is born in adversity. Now, I'm not in Memphis with you, but I'm with you here. That's why, when I heard it, it just, broke my heart to see it, and it wanted me to encourage you. But the best thing that I could do is give you a voice to get your story out, because, like I said, don't nobody know this.
I wouldn't give him a voice because he's not an Israelite. He's a heathen man.
Story. So just know that IUIC backs you on this. The brothers and sisters that's listening backs you on this, and we all gonna be your strength. All right?
I appreciate that.
No sweat, brother.
Now check this out. So you me. So he like, man, bro, come out here, come talk to me. Now, when he said, bro, it's two type of Israelites in this world, bro. Which one are you? Bro, come talk to me. We out the spirit right now. So by me traveling with this man, pouring wine in his glass, coming to my house, he invited me to his house, bro. Like I said, he a good dude. And like I said, when I saw him, I was happy to see him. But I don't even know like what he was thinking, because like I said, this dude got some ways I can't explain. So
right.
Like I said, he was like, come see me. So now I want you to walk 10 steps. Walk 10 steps toward me. Like I said, it's dark as hell. This is dark as hell back here. You can't see nothing. But the sergeant, shout out to Sergeant Goodman, because he got his ass. He got everything he need to do. So y'all go back. So as he getting close to me, stop right there. Now come over this way, because I was right here. Stop right there. Now I'm right here. He's like, yeah, bruh, I'm trying to get you back in the body, bruh. You being stupid. And then he's like this. He's looking around. Yeah, bro, what's wrong with you, bro? What's wrong? So he getting closer and closer to me. Just asking me stuff. Soon as he got about right here, he made this, man, I ain't gonna lie, he made this ugly. See, I want to take my headset off because I'm a truck driver. I wanted to take it. He looked at me like this and said, boom. I'm talking about it was so quick. Like I said, I blocked with this arm, and all I remember is seeing a white light. I ain't lying to you. I saw stars. So as I'm out. So to give you what happened in the situation, Moses come back over here. Shout out to Moses, bro, because if it wasn't for Moses, I'd probably be dead. I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't be alive here to tell you, because I think that dude was trying to take me out of it. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. So he came over here, and Moses grabbed him and threw him off me, because that's what the security guard said he saw. He grabbed him and he dipped off. But like I said, the security guard at the time saw a loaded firearm. That's why he didn't approach him. Because you remember I told you, in the daytime it's an officer here. At nighttime it's just security. So
did he hit you with the pistol?
Man, that's all I saw. I saw a firearm, a loaded firearm. But I don't see him at several camps. When it's a dude that's bigger than him, he gonna reach into his pocket and act like he, just he just sitting there, and he just constantly gonna keep moving back. And once he do that, he gonna make it seem like you the what's that
aggressive.
called? You like
the aggressive, right?
And then he hit you. So like I said, we can sit here. I ain't gonna say too much. He know what he did. He know what he had. Because if you go back and look at them pictures right here, he hit me right in the temple. He didn't hesitate. He done did this shit before. He knew exactly what it hit me. He hit me. If you can see them scars, he hit me right here in the noggin and knocked my ass out. So once I'm on the ground.
And was this with a just a regular hand, or was there anything on the hand?
Bruh, I'm gonna be real with you, man. I'm gonna be real as all is out there. It either was he hit me with a loaded firearm or a pair of brass knucks. It was one of them damn two. And like I said, since what I saw was a firearm, so that's what I stuck to, and that's what we gonna get there. We gonna get there.
Right, I got you.
So this man snuck my ass, bam. So I wake up. But in the meanwhile, while I'm knocked out, this dude crawl up on me like he just the Big Show, and just boom, 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 boom. I can hear him.
So now, as he knocked you down, now he's on top of you.
Top of you, beating me, bro. And like I said, I bet he was, yeah, bro, you ain't wanna fuck with me, bro. I know how he talk. I know this man like the back of my hand. So next thing I know, I know this shit funny, bro. So he grabbed the dude. So Moses come back. All praises for Moses. Moses grabbed the man and threw me up off him. So they get in the car, dip. My Jeep's still in the same spot. I'm unconscious. The security officer comes up and pull up right here. So now I'm getting back off the ground like this. I get back up. I'm over here like, damn. I said, what the hell? I looked at my arm. My arm is like a damn letter L. It was like a letter S, and then it was like a letter L. Then I looked at my finger. I'm over here like, what the fuck? I couldn't see out of only but one eye. So I'm over here like, man. The security officer was like, stop. You leaking. You need to quit moving. So I'm looking around. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm talking about, I'm in the daze, bro. I'm in the daze. It's like somebody had a lasso just spinning me right round. So next thing I know, man, like I said, we got to be on high alert here. This is the last
Yeah, that's fine. I understand. Protect yourself, brother.
Hey, bro, you supposed to be on duty, man. What you doing, man? All right, man. Hey, man, this is my brother Stacy right here, y'all.
I appreciate it, Stacy.
And he gonna add something to it too, because him and his twin brother was there with me in the court case. So y'all stay tuned, because it's gonna get good. So after that, I get up off the ground. I get rushed to Baptist East Hospital, which is like, like 12 minutes away from here. If you get go straight down Poplar, hit the slab, go around, get off on Wall in the Grove, I go to Baptist East Hospital. So as soon as I get up there, I'm up in there for 3 days. So this is where it lay low for a minute. So I'm getting called, the paramedics pull up. Like I said, they paired up, the SOC pulled up. He was like, you did something. He did well to leave. Because I'm talking about, what happened to me in my face and how I looked at, even, like, let's say Esau got mad. He was like, what the fuck? Like, what happened? I told him,
right.
He said, yeah, he beat you with something. He do well to leave. That was his exact words. So 3 days in the hospital, y'all.
The dude was unconscious. He could have killed the dude. He could have killed the dude.
I couldn't, man. It was so swollen. Bro. They couldn't even operate. I had to wait 2 weeks. Now I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna make it plain. And I'm gonna wait till the kitty court. So I go through the surgery. I'm walking around with a damn different color eye, face still swole. I had my little finger brace, which is this little thing right here, man. It's just memory lane, so I ain't gonna get rid of it. I got my arm brace in the car. So I finally get through the surgery. I had to get anesthesia, boy. I couldn't walk for 3 days, man. It was a hard battle, but I got through it. All praises the Most High God. So we get to court. We get to court, bro. We get to court, and this is where it comes. This is where it is. So General Sessions. Hold on, let me take it to Stacy, man, because Stacy's the jailhouse judge, man. He don't been in all types of shit. I'm a good old boy. So
No
you know what I'm
sweat.
saying? Hey, Stacy. Now go on tell the people. Go on tell the people you put it on him. Go on tell the people. I don't know if can y'all see him? Hit the light in the car. You got a light in the car?
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
a little dark.
Hit the
I see his glasses. That's him in the driver's side or the passenger?
Yeah. Can you see him now?
Yeah,
He's that black. That's my conversation. Black ass Simmons, man. I'm sorry.
Everybody in the hood gets somebody named Black because they black.
So this is my brother that was with me at the court case. Go into the court case. I'm gonna get on to that. So tell him about General Sessions and tell him about upstairs. Yeah, they can. Oh shit, no, they can't.
No. You got to attach it to him. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, when you downstairs General Sessions, they gonna give you the lowest charge. So when you get found guilty downstairs, the state has the choice to pick it up or let it go on as whatever you've been charged at. But if they have substantial evidence as stuff that can't be beat, can't go around, that's turns for them to pick it up. So by them picking this case up and him being indicted makes this a whole nother ball game because
Meaning it's more serious.
Yeah, they discover more evidence. They got the weapon, they got what I'm saying, all type of stuff they didn't want to disclose downstairs because it was misdemeanor stuff at first. But now that the state, which they call it criminal court, it's criminal court when you go from misdemeanor to felony.
I got you.
You going to So when
you say they got the weapon, is that because the weapon that he was brandishing is the weapon that they have?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but 9 times out of 10 it is because they found it on him.
Okay.
When they stopped him. And
Okay.
So 9 times out of 10 it most definitely was the weapon because like I was telling him and everybody else, we tell this too. In order for them to break bones, I don't care if you're the strongest man in the world,
Right.
You gotta have a major impact to break bones with
Right.
your fist.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that indicated white
I agree with that.
involved.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
So I
Yeah, that's a hard thing to do. Break somebody's bones with punches. You have to be using a metal.
ain't seen too many people, except for, jaws and knock teeth out, now.
Right,
But when you
right.
breaking arms, like major strong bones, yeah, it was a weapon involved. So,
Got you. I mean, when I
that's-
saw that, I knew that wasn't regular hands that did that. I damn near thought it was more than one man. Like that,
Exactly. That's what I thought. That's what
Right.
and I was upset, with the fact that I wasn't notified when none of this was going on. Not that he was in the position to contact me or let me know, but it's just the simple fact people that we was around and been around, put him in that situation. And that's what I'm not comfortable with. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. People that came around and called themselves friends, brothers, and came around, met out, basically whole little hangout family, put this man in this type of situation. And regardless of whatever happened and what was going on, the person that invited you out should have been right there by your side.
Right, and that's the Moses character, or that's a different character?
That's the other character.
Okay,
Now,
right.
if
So Moses is the one that tried to help him. The
Sound like a setup to me. They set him up, set the band up.
cat that brought him to the movie, where was he at?
Wickedness, pure wickedness.
That's what I'm saying. He vanished after
Oh,
he made
my
the presence of the other person, the attacker.
Now, I don't know where you from. I'm from the hood. Like I'm pretty sure you from the hood.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That don't sound like a setup to you. Brother.
That's what I was telling him from the word get go. When he told me what happened, I instantly, from my instinct, yeah, that was set up. You know what I'm
Because
saying?
like when you think about it, if you
you from the hood, that's a setup. come on, see this movie with me. I gotta do this truckload tomorrow morning. I gotta be on the road at 5. No, just come and see this movie with me. That's a setup, brother. That's a setup. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Think about it. If they have a rule where we don't communicate with anybody that leaves the school, you got this guy pleading to go to the movies, and then when they get to the theater, he disappears.
Yeah, just vanished.
That's a setup.
Yeah, this was all
he was
in order
in
to be caught. Yeah, and that was one of my issues. That was one of my major issues with Like, no, you just don't do that. And that's why I tell him to keep his circle small, hang with people that really got your back and intentions for you.
You can't have 1,000,001 friends.
That's correct.
I tell
Scripture said, prove a friend.
Tell them all the time, because I grew up in the streets, you know what I'm saying? I grew up around men with loyalty, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I done been put in a situation like that. That's why as soon as he told me what happened, I instantly was like, oh yeah, he said all that.
Damn right. And the cat that set him up is a member of IUIC.
Right. And then that's what I'm saying.
So a member of IUIC sets a former member up, and then what I love, the brother, you could tell that Titus has a true, genuine spirit of brotherhood. So much so that even after they put him out, like he said, there's a detachment issue, if you want to call it like PTSD, because you done been joined to them so long. Now they get rid of you. Anytime that you can get the family, even under oppression, you still will fight forward. So he's sincere, and they took advantage of this brother's sincerity. The Lord is going to judge them. The Lord is going to judge them. Definitely.
He got his judgment coming twice. And that's why I feel him trying to push the issue as far as getting justice out of this, because it wasn't just the simple fact that, this man couldn't obviously take him on without any weapons or any surprises, you know what I'm saying? He had to do that, but yet alone, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, you take advantage of a kind-hearted person that, really get your shirt off his back, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta be real monsters. You know what I'm saying? And that's
like you said it best, brother. You got to be a real monster, like, to do that. And them brothers is monsters to do that to a brother. When if that cat don't invite him to the movies, none of this even happens.
None of this would have happened.
None of this happens.
If you're from the hood, that was a setup. That was a setup. He set the dude up.
It happens because you bring them to the movie theater, and not his brother. They are absolute monsters. They're terrors to black people. That's a sad state, brother. That's a sad state. No sweat.
That's terrorism, bro. The black terrorists.
The other brother, black brother?
Yeah, I'm gonna get back to you now.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you dropping that, the difference between the lower level and the upper level in the courts. That was important too. So just to give a recap, okay?
Yeah, I had to learn it all, man. It's always
no sweat.
Good for
and you give him a recap. Okay, before you give it to Titus, give him a recap of what the lower level means and the upper level means.
So basically, and
it's just like New York, man. Whether it's gonna go to misdemeanor or felony. You get a felony, you get an 18B with lawyer. You get them TV lawyers, them good. I know you get a felony, you get them good lawyers. You get them good with the nice suits.
Memphis and their judicial system and everything, how it's set up is when you're downstairs, it's called general sessions. And basically that's like for misdemeanor cases and, stuff that ain't really too time holding. It ain't got that much time on it. But when you get indicted and go upstairs to criminal court, you're now dealing with felonies and criminals. And the judges there are gonna, as they quote, railroad you. You finna get time on top of time because they had evidence and means to pick it up. So, it's a done daughter. But in their case, it was done from the beginning because he was found guilty downstairs. So now they just want to up the charges and add on stuff that they found and picked up that general sessions don't. So that's the whole purpose of that transition from down to up. They doing a thorough, investigation, and now they bringing in all the evidence. Yeah.
No problem. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
right, man. I'm back now. Now we rushing. Now we get y'all got y'all already got the good part, but we rushing. We rushing. Now,
nah, listen. We can slow down. We slowing down. We slowing down. I want you to get it all out. Go ahead.
So we walk in the court. So I'm with my brother Stacy, one you saw in the car. Now he got a twin that was there too, and it was me. So some kind of way, bro. We pull up at 201 Poplar, pull up in the parking lot. This dude happened to be parked in the same parking lot we was with. So as we over here, he over there leaning out the van, looking at me like this.
Wait, this is after?
Is
this after?
This is after. We at the court now. We at the big house.
Oh, okay,
so
come.
He over here, his wife tucking his shirt in, looking like a park preacher boy. Don't be out here wearing the white man dress code, man. Wear your fringes and wear your this and wear your garments and such.
Hey, this guy's a comedian. He's a funny dude.
But you came up in there looking like a park preacher. And brothers that was probation officers, had some type of business class type of job. He clowned them for wearing chinos, the polo swag, the button down, the tuck in shirt stuff. He used to chew them out. I'm talking about this dude came up in there with like he got on a damn tuxedo, and I did say that in court too. So I'm motherfucking I'm getting ratchet on. Let me get
No. You good, brother. You can say, brother. You are not censored on this show. Say whatever you need to say.
Okay. So, man, he making faces. He over here making faces and stuff. I looked at the man. I just said, I kept walking, man. We get to the thing. Just like we going up the steps. I turn around. This dude like right behind me. He right there. He looking all making faces. I said, man, okay. I said, bro, let's get away from this dude. So the district attorney get over there. I'm surrounded by sheriff deputies.
Where's Yattazar? Somebody call Yattazar?
So we round the sheriff deputies. Sheriff deputies.
Let not the sun go down on your wrath. Let not the sun go down on your wrath. So he still got anger. He still want to do something to this guy. If this ain't wickedness, I don't know what wickedness is.
Deputies downstairs. He up in there, and he up in there with his rib. And I'm over here just looking like, I'm up in there like, look, y'all, we supposed to be out here teaching. We the Israelites. We the greatest people on the planet Earth. You blacks and Hispanics and Native Americans, you are the Israelites according to the Bible. Such and such and such and such. But we up in here in front of the damn.
When did any of the apostles get into a fist fight? James against Peter. He got into a fist fight. That shit don't happen, man. Now them wicked scribes and Pharisees in Acts chapter 5, they beat him with rods.
Faces that we preaching against over some stupid ass shit that could have been done with a simple shalom. Most High in Christ bless. How you doing, bro? You been good, bro? I know you busy, bro. You a captain, bro. Woo, 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 woo. And we could have went our separate ways. But instead of doing that, he wanted to get wild. So time came. No, yeah, he went to the darkness. So next thing I know, it's time to go. So we walk up in there. We had to walk up in there. It was me, the officer that was on duty, but the officer that saw the stuff, he was on vacation. So the apprentice came. But upstairs, he gonna be there. I know he gonna be there this time. So it was me, the officer, and Moses. So we go up in there. We have to raise our hands and swear allegiance and all that stuff. If you cannot tell a lie, you're supposed to tell the truth but nothing but the whole truth. So
that don't mean nothing to him though. He lied.
Correct.
Well, scripture say, swear not on anything. So what you are supposed to do is say, I affirm. I affirm. I declare. I declare. That's not swearing. So that's breaking the law right there. Swear not on anything. So they don't teach them that. And if the judge said, well, you got to swear, then you show them the scriptures. Swear not on anything. And then that's another issue. That's a First Amendment issue. Law cannot compel performance. A judge can't say, okay, you're gonna come to the pretrial hearing, but I want you to do a handstand and stay in the handstand. No, you can't do that. The same thing with swearing. They can't make you swear. You're going against. That's a suit right there. So that's another thing that the IUIC is not teaching their people. When you go before it, and I use it, they'll say, do you swear? Sometimes they'll say to swear or affirm. Affirm also means swear. do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And I'll say declare, and they'll kind of, their eyes are kind of, they'll go back like, who told them? How do you know about that? And then they'll say, okay, because they know. So you Jakes don't even know. Like I said, when you're an Israelite 24 hours a day. So if you got to swear in, you don't swear in. You make it a federal case.
So we get up in there, I go first. I'm up in there speaking like I'm at camp. I'm over here, woo, I'm over here going in. I'm over here being loud, telling all this stuff. So district attorney let me know, let me go first. Then his attorney came and asked me questions. So are you assuming that did he hit you with this? Did you see him? She just kept.
What's the this? Assuming that he hit you with what?
He's like, did you like what did you see him with? I said I saw a loaded firearm. He said, did you? She said, did you see him hit you? I said, yes, ma'am, because he struck me. He was the last person that saw me. So are you assuming that he kept hitting you and kept being? I said, ma'am, when I got knocked out, he had his ways. But did you see him? Like she was trying to trip me in my words, and it was frustrating me.
Yeah, so you could say no because you didn't see him because you was knocked the fuck out. You was asleep. That's why you got cameras in there. That's how these slick ass attorneys do. And this is what Nate was. Nate was a detective. Nate, they got to get all that evidence lined up, and they got to put extra evidence in there that's not even in there, man. It's about getting convictions. That's why Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai is going to utterly destroy this fucking place. This is going to be the lake of fire. Lake of fire is not no hell that you burn in, your soul burns in forever. It's talking about one place and one place only, and that's this place, which is the U.S., Babylon the Great.
I said, no. She's like, so are you assuming? I said, yes, ma'am, I'm assuming. But Esau cold as hell when it comes to that court system. So district attorney came back over there, was like, Mr. Cash, was your arm broke before the fight? No, sir. He said, was your finger broke before the fight? No, sir. He said, Mr. Cash, you mind telling me what's in your arm right now? I said, I got a 4-inch plate. I got a 4-inch plate here, and I got an 8-inch plate with 23 screws with a finger plate and 5 screws. Man, the judge was like, Jesus. I looked right at him. He was right there in the chair looking like a Egyptian statue. When the judge said Jesus, he looked up like this. He knew he was fucked. So next thing I know, I get through. So they finally get done with my questions. Then the officer comes in. He says what he says. After he said what he said, they showed pictures. I'm leaking all the pictures y'all see there. Right. I got more pictures, but it's just too damn gruesome. So the officer on duty took pictures too when I was in the back of the paramedics. So at this time, before all that, it's another sergeant. It's 2 sergeants. It's 1 sergeant and it's another sergeant getting more evidence. So
you said getting more evidence?
Getting more evidence. I can't even expose it to you because he already done call. He don't talk to me. He don't call me and talk to me. And I was like, dude, I'm gonna get to it though. I'm gonna get to it. So next thing I know, Moses come in. Shout out to Moses, bro. Shout out to Moses. All praise to the Most High God for Moses, man. Like I said, I ain't got no ill will against Moses. But this where it goes down. Y'all remember the name. This his witness. This is his witness.
So his witness was Moses.
Moses. So
okay.
We come in, but I'm moving too fast because I forgot when we was in the inner sanctum waiting to go to the judge to be judged. He was going up the escalator, making faces, still trying to provoke me.
So he's still making faces at you.
Still making faces.
This is an arrogant, evil gremlin.
That same dude, the same shit he was doing in London. They said he was doing in London with wait,
hold on, wait. If we could you just brought up something now. You said the same faces he was doing in London. Explain that, please.
He was doing the same shit here in Memphis, provoking them, making faces.
So who was he provoking? Who was he provoking in London?
I think it was. I think it was the sister family. He wanted to.
The sister you talk about is Joy Morgan.
Yeah, the family of her.
So the family of Joy Morgan, as they're coming out, you're saying he's making the same evil ass faces to them, who's a daughter, who's a sister, who got killed by one of their members, she's gone, and the family, he's making those faces to them the same way he's making those faces to you after he assaulted and accosted you.
There you go.
And y'all wonder why we talking against IUIC.
He trying to get stupid. He trying to make me arouse me in court, but that shit didn't work. Because I told Stacey, I said, Stacey, you see this shit? And he was like, hell yeah, I see that shit. Then we said something to the sheriff that was next to him, and he caught him. And he was like, hey, bro, going up them steps, bro. He told him, going up them steps. Boy, he shot up that thing like he was climbing up some rope or some shit. I said, damn. I said, man, it took that just to make this dude humble down. But he gonna say, the brother lying. The brother, I don't know what this brother talking about. So, man, we get to Moses come in. Moses come in, he talking. He saying what he saying this. He said everything he needed to do. He said everything he needed to say. But Moses said, when I was here, I ran out here like a damn old ass WrestleMania match. I just ran out there. Stacey.
This is what Moses is saying?
Well, Moses.
So
now,
Moses
Stacey,
understands saying you ran out like Hulkamania.
Like Hulkamania. When have you known my fat ass in the past running out somewhere with a person that had a 30-round clip? Like, come on, bro. I'm not gonna run up on no fool. I'm not a fool, bro. I'm not a fool. This man said I ran out there just full speed, just charged him, and we was just at it like this. We was like Dragon Ball Z, just fighting. We was just at it. I'm over here like, I'm looking at this man like, what? And I kept looking at Stacey. Stacey, well, what you kept telling me? Plates and screws. He ain't say nothing else. He just kept saying that. The sheriff kept coming over there tapping me. I'm like, okay. So next thing I know, he got done. His attorney went first. Then it was district. I can't say his name. The district attorney.
Right.
He came in that thing, rubbed his hands like this. And may I remind you, when these dudes was talking, who was loud in the court when they talked? When I went up, was I loud? No, I'm saying, was I loud and vocal, like when I was speaking? Okay, now when Moses went up there, confidently speaking. Now when Moses went up there, how he was talking? Mumbling, on his breath, nervous, because he was lying. So he come up there, he said what he said. He said, this the district attorney. He said, you wasn't there at the beginning of the fight, so how you know what was going on when he ran out there? Oh, because because he said he was walking the sister, he proving the sister. He was walking that sister to the car. So he said, how was you able to see, back and forth? How was you able to see all this? Oh, because it wasn't so far, but how far did you walk? And as you can see, he parked on this side, and this over here versus over there.
Right, you can't see the same. Right.
There you go.
That's right.
So next thing you know, that was in one check mark. And here go this when the bells ring right here, y'all. He walked back over here. He said, so when you came back, where was Mr. Cash? He's paused for a second. He said, was he on the ground? Yeah, he was on the ground. Was he unconscious? Yeah, he was incapacitated. What did you do? Oh, I just pulled him up off of him and said, he's done. Leave, get out of here. Man, bro, this is when it was hot. I'm talking about everybody quiet. Even his attorney was just looking like. That man said, so what did you do after that? I told him to leave and go and call the police. Remember, I told you he pulled them up off of me, and I was on the ground unconscious.
Right.
So he pulls them off, and then district attorney said, what did you do? Oh, I just left. He said, wait a minute. Remember what I told you. In the morning, there's a police officer here. At night, there's a security officer here. Now, as you can see, there's blue lights all around me, and there's an officer here that I let him know when I first got here, because we was looking suspicious, and we are in all black and pulling up in black cars. So I had went to the officer and let him know what's going on. So he sits there and say, hey, why you didn't go to nobody inside? Because there's an officer, there was a security officer on duty inside. I don't know. So the judge, man, this what Esau turned red as hell, like an old ass thermometer. He looked, he said, wait a minute. You say you don't got no ill will toward this man, but you left a bleeding, unconscious man on the ground? He's just like, Yeah. He said, my district attorney, I say them by their names. The district attorney said, from your honor, from flapping this, from showing off a loaded firearm to using the firearm,
right,
fleeing the scene. Oh, the brother was after we had to leave the scene because the brother was so aggressive. Remember the other sergeant? The other sergeant was like, that's one lie. How was he able to chase you with a broken arm and blood coming out of his head? Because he hit one of the veins. He hit a main artery here. And like I was over here like this. I was in the daze. Because it was something that cut the skin. I'm talking about he got me, bro. He got me. And I'm talking about he dipped because he knew he fucked up. So he jumped on Telegram telling everybody, the brother was trying to set me up. The brother was trying to run up on me and my wife. Because brothers calling me, still telling me, still to this day, still call me and tell me what's going on. So
what do you mean by call you and tell you what's going on?
They call me, see how you, Titus, how you doing, bro? Most High in Christ bless. What you
mean so brothers in the school is still calling?
Keep saying Most High in Christ bless. See that these guys were all indoctrinated to say Most High in Christ bless. If any of you, and I challenge any of you to do it, any of you in the IUIC, when you read in the scripture and you come across the word Jesus says Yahweh Shai, and then salute brothers with the Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai, Bashem Rakakwadash or whatever. Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai, Shalom to you or whatever. You'll get kicked out. You'll get kicked out. You can't say that. There's a thing behind the scenes. We're talking about the Happy Meal deal.
Calling you to see how you doing.
Let's see how I'm doing. Still texting me. I love, bro, because it's people that seen this. They just on hush mouth. I'm gonna take your
that's that NDA.
I'm gonna take your rank, bro. Be quiet. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Brother, if I could give you just a little advice while we have this interlude, right? And I want to show how spiritual and powerful you are. That brother Moses.
This is why they call IUIC a cult. Hey, even Vocab said the thing about GMS. He said that they're honest. They'll tell you the truth. There's no lying in them. That's what the Vocab, Vocab said. This is what Vocab said. The devil said that.
That you keep saying is a good brother, right?
Yeah.
When you was in the council and that captain asked you to lie for him, did you lie for him?
When I was in where again?
In the initial council, remember in the council where he wanted you to lie about the sister, did you lie for him or did you tell the truth?
No, at the time, like deacons and captains was coming to me asking me, how did you know about this?
Right.
How did you know about that? And I'd be like, oh, a brother that left the body told me about this. Yeah. I'm lying on him to try to deflect to keep him safe.
But in the beginning you said the Hosea sexual chocolate wanted you to lie, but you didn't lie. You told the truth, right?
Yeah, I told the truth. I told the truth to my brother.
So now, when Moses had an opportunity to tell the truth or lie for sexual chocolate, did he tell the truth or did he lie for sexual chocolate?
Man, he lied for that, man, bro.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you, that's not a good brother. I'm telling you this out of love. And sometimes, like, we can get, like, brotherhood can be such a strong weapon because black men don't have that. We grow up with our fathers, we grow up with our mothers, we grow up hating our brothers, hating our daddy, hating our uncles, hating our friends down the street. And then we get what we call the truth. And it's this brotherhood that just comes about. And you see everybody lined up, you see them suited and booted, you see them marching, you see everything that comes with it. And then you get put out. But you develop relationships with brothers.
There you go.
And Moses sound like a brother you developed a relationship with. But that relationship is blinding your judgment because he's a horrible brother. Hey, he might have stopped the cat from further harming you, but here's how he could have been a better brother. He could have told you it was a setup from the jump. He would have been an excellent brother then, because you had the one brother set you up. Don't think Moses wasn't a part of it too. Moses was just as culpable, and you know he was, because he succumbed to the pressure and lied on the stand when he could have liberated you. If, like, when you was first telling the story and you was like, remember Moses, I'm talking about Moses, I'm thinking Moses about to get on the stand and he about to rock out with you.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like he committed perjury against you. Let me tell you, Ecclesiastes 6:7 says, if thou wouldest get us the friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him. You're crediting a brother that is just as slime ball and nasty as sexual chocolate out. He's not a brother. I'm a brother for you. What I mean when I say I'm a brother for you, not only did I contact you for this, but whatever you need going forward, you can call me, I'll give it to you. I'm not asking for nothing in return. That's what a brother is supposed to do. That brother that you was at arms with, you rocked that purple with, you rocked them fringes with. When it came time for him to be a brother, he lied for who he really calls a brother. He calls that Hosea dude, that's his brother out. That's his brother. And let me tell you the beautiful thing, the Lord will give you more brothers out. You didn't have
I got one right here.
Damn right.
One right here. I met him at Walmart. Didn't even know him. I just saw the fringes and we just started rocking ever since.
Is your car there? Come. Now, and I wanted to make sure I said that to you because you are a hell of a brother. I mean, I say hell of a brother. This or even the fact that you got the strength to go to the spot where it happened so you can let the
but you should ask him if does he still believe he's an Israelite? Does he go out on the highways and the byways? Does he study the scriptures? Does he keep the high holy days? Does he keep the Sabbath? You know, is he in another camp, another group? What is he doing? Because when he was in a group, he had fringes on. He had fringes on today. So you should have asked him that.
If people know exactly what happened, that's how good of a brother you are. The fact that you even calling Moses a brother shows how merciful that you are. Unfortunately, they gave you absolutely no mercy whatsoever. I don't want to stop you. I want to keep going. But when we had that pause, I just wanted to give you that part, brother. But you can keep going.
But so Moses, after that, the evidence was found substantial. Soon as he said that, the district attorney told me, he said, hey, wait, stay right there. I'm talking about boldly in front of the court, like everybody was just moving slow. And he just said it right there. He said, hey, wait, stay right there. I've seen this happen before. So we get out there. And I forgot about it. He just texted the phone. I just saw that. So we get out there. In the meantime, I'm going to add a few more stuff to it. I'm about to say that. I see you texting. I'm about to say that. So, because it's so much stuff. I'm just trying to.
I can imagine. Listen, that's why I said, man, you take your time, brother. I'll be up here till 6 a.m. Just take your time, brother. Whatever you need to get out, I want you to get it out.
Okay. So, it's a brother that just texted me. We used to be like super road dogs. I'm talking about everywhere he went, we was right there with him. I was the scribe, he was the reader, and it was another brother that was just always there. Like it was just us four. So the night that stuff happened, he tried to jump ahead of it so he can keep the lock. Like I told you, he must have went back there and told them folks the case was dismissed or the brother never showed up to court. He could have told them folks anything. And by him being the captain, they just, oh yeah, whatever. The brother was trying to run up on the brother and his wife. Okay, then why he guilty then? But we gonna get down there.
So now it goes to the indictment stage. That's what you're talking about, right?
He's upstairs. And
so he ain't in the lower level. He's in the upper room.
He up there with them. What's them judge's name upstairs? Hold on.
Lee Coffee, Chris Craft.
You know the judge's names. Good Lord.
There's another one. I think he retired though.
But yeah, the main dog's upstairs. And like I said, this dude is a 6-time convicted criminal. Possessions of firearm, possessions of illegal substance.
This sexual chocolate you talking about?
I'm talking about a mad dog. Public records, you can look it up. And like I said, he called this brother that night. I got hurt because I was in the hospital for 3 days. I was on oxycodone. I was on what's that other pill they give you? It only hit for a second, but the pain came right back. But when they gave me that oxycodone, I told them, I said, this shit ain't strong enough. I need something stronger, because I'm talking about this was screaming. I'm talking about I couldn't bend this arm. I couldn't do none of this. I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't do none of that. I'm talking about she gave me something, put my ass to sleep. I arm raising and while I'm in the bed, drooling from the mouth. But that night, while I'm in the hospital, trying to recover my mind and get my strength back up, he called another brother. Hey, bruh, I heard you got my name and some more stuff. He's like, what you mean? Like, bro, he saw what you did. We ain't no fools. We ain't in there kissing your ass. We out here, we know what you like. He see what's going on. Hey, bro, I would tell you what I use, but you brothers that's outside the body run your mouth too much. I ain't beat that brother with that, and such and such, but bro, I need you to be my eyes and ears. This nigga was trying to choke.
Who's he talking to? Oh, you don't want to say it? No, okay. Good, brother. So he's saying this to somebody else to be eyes and ears around you?
Because he know that's my best. He knew that was in that place. That was my best friend. I always looked up to his brother.
So now he getting more slick. So what he decide is he gonna go. I'm gonna go to the cat that's cool as hell with Titus. Let him be my eyes and ears. I'm not gonna tell him what I use. I didn't use this weapon. I used this weapon, but I'm not gonna tell him because you gonna tell Titus. But I want you to be around Titus to get whatever information you can from him. Am I correct?
Confusion. To know the next steps. To know what you got going on.
Just for the record, is that cat that he's using? Is he an IUIC member as well or no?
X. Yeah.
So he was an ex. He was an ex at the time?
Yep, at that time. He gone.
So now he going to another ex-member that left IUIC to get him to plot on you to get information.
There you go.
Good night.
And then he texting me from this where it really get fun. So I'm in the bed, I'm lit off oxycodone. I'm getting text messages. I sent it to Judah. I'm getting text messages saying, hey, this Trisha, come get this pussy. I'm over here like,
whoa.
What? I said,
wait, so did you know the woman?
Hell no.
Wait. Hold on, brother. So now you getting text message from some air quotes woman saying, come get this box. Am I correct?
Come get this. Yep, come get it. Then next thing I know, so he's saying, I'm over here like, send a picture. Since you say who I'm documenting all this and sending it to
Right. So you hip to the game that it's really a man.
Correct. Just return it to
if I could just pause you 1 second.
Go ahead.
It's been said that men pose as women in the IUIC to trick and seduce men. And this brother just said he got a text from some woman named, you said Trish, was Trish the name?
Nah, Trisha.
Trisha said, come get this box.
Come on.
God damn.
But I'm gonna
now he's documenting all this. So he know because he know the tactics. He documenting all of this.
So there you go. You caught on quickly. So what that mean? You did this shit before.
This is black ops. Listen, IUIC, because their leader is a cop, they think like cops. And they will use any means necessary to get what they want, and even a man being a woman, and they doing it to a brother that they assaulted. Now, y'all may say that this is just Captain Hosea, who I'm calling sexual target.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know if they know. I don't fucking know.
Let me tell you something, bro. There's no way that their leadership don't know what's going on. He's still a member. He's going to court. He's going to trial. Because that's what I was about to say. This ain't just about that Captain Hosea I'm calling sexual chocolate. This is about all of that leadership, because somebody should have kicked his ass out and took care of you. A leader would have. I'm pretty sure he got somebody outrank him. Somebody outrank him, sees what he does, hears.
Yeah, you're supposed to restore. That's in the law. Restore such a one. An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, life for life, death for death, burning for burning, so forth. That's all through the law.
What he does to you, they should have said, nah, that ain't right. We're going to go ahead and take care of Titus. You was wrong to do that to him. And they should have recovered him, because this happened on their watch. This
shows that they don't keep the law. They just throw fringes on, tell you to keep the law. They don't even know the law. Looking bad.
This is their fault. This is their problem. But keep going. You said Trisha said, "Come get this box. Come get it."
I said, since I know who you are, because I only joke. I'll be real with y'all. I only got a good 2 to 3, and I only deal with them 2 to 3. Not like I'm out here fornicating. It's just that I'm
multiple wives is not fornicating, brother. It's a lot.
hey, I'm just saying. I'm not here, but I know the sisters that and my type, and I deal with women that wear heels and dresses, like business casual. I don't deal with no women that name Trisha. So when it's like he think that I'm some dumb broke dude from the street, some trying to get me out there like I'm just so desperate. No, bro, it ain't that type of party. Stacy, have I ever? Now this is a dude that's been friends with me. He's so damn black y'all can't even see him, bro. Have I ever? Since you've been knowing me, I've been knowing you since 2000, since Calvary Baptist Church, bro. Have I ever been lacking or wanting a woman? I'm gonna let him say it.
No, not at all.
No
not
sweat.
At all. Too many.
I bet they restricted you in IUIC though.
Out the spirit, we gonna be out the spirit, younger spirit if I say that. But man, like I said, so that's one. That's one. He said.
So what happened with? So no, before you skip, so the woman say, "Come get this vagina." Like, what happens with that? Like, do you go get it? You screenshot?
The district attorney said, "I know these people. Esau gonna hold your hand through the tactics of the 2/3. He gonna sit there and he already know what they thinking and trying to do. They deal with cases like this every day, 365 days a year. They know what you're thinking. They already a step ahead. You think you're dealing with one cop? There's a whole nother 2-3 cops on the case getting information. So this dude, that's one text message. I end up saying like, "Hey, bro, I got all this stuff shot. I'm sending it in." Then I get from another number when it first happened. This 1 Corinthians 3 and something. 13 and 4, something like this. 13 and something. Bro, you been an out of control nigga, bro. Call me, bro. Call me. He was calling me. Somebody was. I'm not gonna say it was him. I'm just gonna say somebody was probably talking. He was trying to talk through somebody to get them to talk to me. That's my type of character. So he's trying to use these brothers or call them. I'm getting multiple phone calls. I called district attorney. I said, "District attorney, such and such." He said, "Screenshot it. Screenshot all screenshot all the call logs, so on and so forth." Then, like I said, it was that, the Trisha thing. This is Sophia, and I'm just like
who's Sophia? Wait, who's Sophia?
Man, just random.
What did Sophia ask for?
Man, is this? I sent all the damn messages to Judah. He got the messages, but that was one.
Sophia hooking you. Listen, I wonder if any of y'all brothers out there have been hit up by Trisha and Sophia. Please let me know.
Man,
so like, go ahead, brother.
So that was that. I had missed phone calls, multiple numbers. I had to change my number and get rid of the old number because I was receiving so many phone calls. But I didn't start receiving the phone calls until after the incident. So we move on from that. I'm trying to see if that's
why you don't give everybody the number. You just give close people. The bishops, they got my number. The apostles, they got my number. Some of the elders got my number. I don't give my number out to people. Just give it out willy-nilly, you know?
Anything else. So when he while I was in the hospital, off oxycodone, Percocets, trying to, get rid of this pain that was insane, this man changed his name. They got that. Right. Oh, he tried to.
Who changed his name?
He changed his name on Facebook to print some stuff like that, but the sergeant still found his ass. All that shit is documented. But this is the one that, like I said, this jailhouse judge behind me told me. This dude put a restraining order on me to flip it back on me to make me look like I'm the damn aggressor.
You look like the aggressor, like the bad guy.
That attacked me. He tried to flip the shit back.
These are some wicked ass niggas, man. These are wicked ass niggas.
On me, and then he was trying to get me out. So I talked to one of the old schools. They was like, "Bam, DK."
Give me a second. Let me open this up again. Come over here. Give me a second. If a king is wicked, then so is his followers. Bible. Proverbs 29:12. If a ruler hearkens to lies or wicked, all his servants are wicked. So you know this guy got changed his name and doing this and me mugging cats. Let me go ahead and read that in the in the KJV. If a ruler hearken to lies, all his servants are wicked. Let's go to the NLT. If a ruler pays attention to liars, all his advisors will be wicked. New International. If a ruler listens to lies, all his officers become wicked. NASB 1995. If a ruler pays attention to falsehood, all his ministers become wicked. Just come back over here.
Man, what happened to you? I told him. I said, yeah, man, the dude tried to put a restraining order on me. I said, yeah, that nigga old school. See, what he was trying to do was put the restraining order on me, but they denied it because they already looked at that evidence like my guys.
This is wicked as hell. You beat the shit out of, beat somebody half to death. You could have killed the person. You could have died. You could have died in this parking lot right here. And then you in the court system, and you're putting a restraining order against that person when you assaulted him. That's some wickedness, bro. You know, and the leadership of the IUIC got to know this, man. I mean, how deep is the wickedness? Oh, let's go to Matthew 6. Matthew 6. I could have clicked right on 24. No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other. You chose not to follow Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. That's why you call on Christ, Most High and Christ bless. We believe you took a sack of money. Or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve the Most High, Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua, and mammon, which is money. Remember when you first got on YouTube, you would show a 10-minute video, you and Yahweh, and then you have a website. People say, well, where's the rest of the video? You have a website. You go to the website. You can buy breakdowns. And the reason why we break it down we break it down for free now. Yeah, because we were breaking it down for free. And so therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what you should eat, drink, more meat, remnant. Behold, the fowls of the air. Give me a second. Let me see. I want to come up a little bit. Okay. You know what? 23rd verse is the verse I really wanted. Okay, 22nd verse. I'm going to start at, not the 24. The light of the body is the eye. If you got to watch people that's always wearing shades, they're covering their eyes where you can't see into their souls, right? If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light, righteousness. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? How evil is he? They got a saying called the evil eye. How evil is that person? There's some evil stuff. I know I'm going long. If y'all want to move on, move on.
Said they document all this stuff. They know what you're trying to do. So he tried to get me back out with Trisha, Sophia, random ass phone numbers. He was trying to get me back out to flip that shit back on me so he can get off on the charge and keep marching up and down the motherfucking street telling folks what to do and shit. So, like I said, man, we left up out there. We walking out. And Stacey and my line, we was leaving out the movie theaters. I'm not the movie theater, but we was leaving out the court system. I'm at the courthouse. We stayed in there at least, how long? About at least 20, 30 minutes. We was inside the courthouse for 20 to 30 minutes, bro. The main, because let them go on past, because the district attorney was like, I've seen cases like this happen before. The guy will be waiting on you somewhere to flip that shit back on you. So I'm over like, oh, I said, that man gone. So the sheriff deputy come back and said, he's gone. Bro, we go outside, man, these folks over here still at the damn place. Man, Big Steve and Stacey said, bro, DeAngelis, bro, he's not finna do shit. We here.
Damn right.
We ain't finna do shit.
You see them brothers I was telling you would get? Moses wasn't a brother. Them brothers you got there, those is brothers.
Yeah. So,
those is brothers.
You know, we walking, soon we start walking, they walking. We stop, they stop. Stacey said, bro, come on, bro. He said, y'all go ahead, I'm gonna stay behind. So we walk across the street. We get across the street. This is the last time I saw the man. I hopped in the car, Big Steve hopped in the car, and we pulled out. When we pulled out, all I did, I took one more look at him. I said, damn, I can't believe this happened. I couldn't believe it. I had to go through all that just to get justice. And I looked over there, and he was in Moses' face like this. Just getting on, just yelling at him. I'm over here like, so that let you know he probably was getting on his ass, but you better go back in there and say this, or you fucked up, or something like this. Go in there and say the brother didn't call up the court, the case was dismissed, and sweep it up under the rug. That's why I'm telling you, it's a 50-50 chance, bro. I know you got your thoughts, and I got my thoughts. But this dude is a compulsive liar. He will not tell the truth for shit. He ain't gonna tell the truth. He'll rather go out in the smoke, just like how he did until I spoke. Because I'm over here, what made me go and speak is because I saw a post on Facebook. I deactivated my Facebook page. I went through so much pressure. I was in the house.
You say what made you go out and speak. I'm glad you said that. So like when you say what made you go out and speak, what you're speaking in reference to speak publicly about what happened?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm in the house, got a big ass brace on, got the finger thing on. I'm in the house crying. I'm like just like, Lord, why this happened to me? Why me? Why this dude wanna attack me when he know I'm about peace? But that's the thing. He know I was about peace, and he misused me, and he got me here to get some clout because the dude just got his damn rank back. So what better? I think his wife had just went through some type of surgery or something like that. They had said in court. So I'm over here like I don't know all this, but now I'm starting to put two and two together. Bro, you was on a clout chase. You sought me up, got me up here. Used one of my closest friends to get me up here because you was still hanging out with him. Because he used to go over his house and be like, yeah, man, Titus was my scribe, Uriah was my reader, and so he was coming back telling me stuff and telling me, I said, bro, it is not what you think. He was selling me the PS5. I bought the PS5 from him. I said, bro, I'm finna roll out, bro. He was like, bro, come back, bro. You know you are a light to Israel and such, bro. You was the best scribe. I'm like, bro, I don't want to hear none of this shit. All that shit is gaslighting. They ain't doing no but running game. I'm out. So, like I said, I'm going to leave it at that. But I'm going to say one more thing for a brother that was casted out that I know for a fact because that time it went down, I was there at the school. And like I said, I'm going to say it. I'm going to make it quick. And I'm gonna make it clear. This is not an attack to the body, but I gotta make it plain for the brothers that's thinking about joining these camps. Whatever camp you join, you better make sure your spirit bear witness before you go in there. All I can say is, Israel United.
You went to the wrong camp. That was a stumbling block. So we're gonna deem you as not being one of the elect. You're an Israelite, but you're not one of the elect. Like I said, I don't know if you're teaching. You should have been teaching. Once you got out the hospital and got yourself together, whether you went to court or not, you should be out there, even if you're out there by yourself doing videos. Judah Mack and his Masha, whatever his full name is. They still do videos, but you should continue to push this truth and continue to keep the Passover and the Sabbath. And so, by the way, you guys keeping the Passover, all of you, IUIC keeping the Passover wrong. I mean, the Sabbath wrong. IUCPK keeping the Sabbath wrong. Wi-Fi keeping the Sabbath, but I don't know how to keep the Sabbath. Sabbath is based upon the new moon. So if any of y'all are listening, you heard what I'm saying.
In Christ is a fictional organization in your mind. It is the only place on the planet where a Black, Hispanic, and Native American have meaning and purpose. When you walk inside that school, you'll see these garments and these brothers up there looking all majestic. Sisters, I'm over here.
That's what gets you. That's the gimmicks. That the word that comes to mind is superfluous. Superfluous. All that outside stuff.
Taking photos and stuff of the leadership. I don't heard girls walk up to the sister, walk up to the sister, girl, look at that dick prick in that garment. I'm over here like, damn, that's how we doing it? Like, I don't heard this stuff. When you give Black and Hispanic people power or status, never having an identity before, that is something they're going to protect with their life and at all costs. And you see the fruits of it right here, with this broken finger and this broken arm.
This guy is damaged until the Most High change him. he damaged him for life. This is wickedness, as my man would say from one body. This is per wickedness. Per wickedness.
And like I said, for those people that come out that organization mentally, spiritually, and emotionally, that they leave up out of there, half of them will be shell-shocked, they'll lose their wits. And I had to make sure I wasn't crazy.
Right.
So you join, that's a cult. You join something, you be a part of something, you leave it, you bug the fuck out. That's him. That's what the former IUIC said.
I left up out of there by watching Judah Mack, Masharatia, Romney.
Masharatia, that's his name, Masharatia. Them are the two brothers that were counsel, and I saw that counsel, and Kanai kept saying, I'm your father, I'm your father, I'm your father. And when they would speak, they would cut him off. And like I said, Captain Uriah, he did a 4-hour video where he did a video on why he left, because he saw the wickedness. He saw what am I looking for? Well, wickedness is a good word. He saw that there was I'll say ill judgment. They set these guys up. When they had a point, they wouldn't let. And like I said, Malachi, the Levite brother, he said, record everything. You never know, it might come back to bite you. So these guys will bring you up to court, and you say you never said that, and they say, well, wait a minute, what kind of bullshit is that, man? What kind of pure wickedness?
Kabosh.
So you're saying these brothers that left strengthen you, because what I first want people to hear is he said IUIC is a fictional group. He's right.
Fictional in your mind.
Right. He's right about that. And what he's also right about is, what he's saying is that when you leave, you be so indoctrinated that when you...
Didn't I use that word? You got to get the precept package. You got to break it down the way the bishop Nathaniel breaks it down. If you go off a jot, you may get kicked out. You may get deranked. You got to follow the leader.
Leave, you're gonna go through the depression, because I can only imagine on the way out, it's not like you walk through the door, close the door, and that's it. I can imagine they telling you of everything that's gonna happen to you.
Well, what kept in people, in he came up 2.5-3 years ago. He came up with the whole breakdown of hell. Now, he had never taught the hell. You go back 5 years ago, 10 years ago, he ain't never taught about an eternal hell. All of a sudden, 2.5-3 years ago, he starts teaching that there's a hell. Now, shouldn't you question that? Shouldn't you have the spirit of the Church of Berea? Shouldn't you question that? Shouldn't you say, well, wait a minute, you never taught, what made you, you know? But these guys do not think. They are taught to think, but they're not. They're taught what to think and not to think. Teaching what to think. I'm going to tell you how to think, or thinking, using logic, using the spirit of reason. You cannot use the spirit of reason in the IUIC. Just got to go by the leadership or the leader.
All the destruction. Nobody's gonna talk to you no more. You're gonna die. You're gonna do this. You're gonna
all that.
You're gonna burn in hell. You're gonna burn in hell.
Right?
No such thing as hell. That's a Roman Catholic doctrine. That's something that he put in there to put more fear in their heart so they don't leave. If you leave, you're gonna burn in hell forever.
And it's so many, as they would say, it's so many individual lights out here, like this brother right here. This is an individual light. And I met him at Walmart, and he got my head. This man been helping me for the last damn near 6 months. Like, I mean, not 6 months, damn near last year. It's plenty of brothers out here, man. It's plenty. Oh, I don't got nowhere else to go. I don't got nowhere else to do. I don't got nothing else to do. Man, live your life. Live your life.
Yeah, but are you doing the work? Because you came in. The scriptures in Luke 9:62. Once you take a hold of the plow and looking back, you're not fit for the kingdom. So I hope you out there teaching. I hope you still know that you're an Israelite.
Life and apply the laws of God to it. Oh no, brother, you off. The brother bugged out. See, when people leave up out of it, they be so distressed that they trying to detox and find out what's true and not true. And I had to do that for myself. I had to sit down and go over the stuff and make sure, like, damn, was this right? Like,
right now you got to question what you was taught because of how you was treated.
These guys, these current members of the IUIC, they should question on the MOTB because we going back 10 years plus. We're going back to the MOTB, and you know we break it down one way. And Bishop Nate breaks it down 20, 30 different ways. Through the years, he changed it. That should hit, ring a bell in your mind, an invisible bell in your mind to say, well, wait a minute. I've been going to this thing for 10 years, 11 years. And every couple of years, he changes that breakdown up. And GMS been teaching it the same way. They haven't, gone to the left-hand side or right-hand side. They just stayed straight. Let me just say this for you out there, you other camps out there. The MOTB, the mark of the beast, is the microchip. Now you might say, well, what if you're wrong? Well, my response to that is I'm not wrong. I'm 100%. There's a reason why we say we got 100% truth. And I didn't know I was going to go into the MOTB mark of the beast, but it is coming. And you know when you guys are going to get it, like Captain Zariak and other people. I'm just mentioning him because he's on the video. You know when he's going to see it? When it actually comes. You're not going to see it until it actually comes. And then you're going to have what's called epiphany, a eureka moment. The light bulb's going to go off. Oh, wow. GMS was right.
There you go. So you already know the game, man. Like I said,
I definitely do. I'm gonna tell you, like that part where you said you gotta try the spirit. I always tell people try the spirit. We got a school in Memphis, and you can try that school out. I invite you to try that school. I got your number. Like I said, we're gonna stay in communication from this day forward, and you can try that school and see if they are men of the Lord or if there's something else. What I can guarantee you is that we are nothing like IUIC. You would never get harmed, beat, touched, or anything like that. And justice.
But you're not going to get the full truth. You're not going to get the full truth. The MOTB, General Yohana haven't said a lot about it. That subject don't come up that much among them. Because when he did say it, he said it was an embargo. Not an embargo. And then when General Yohana started saying it, About 6 months later, 3 months later maybe, Nate started saying it's an embargo. He wasn't saying that until General Yohana said that. It's not an embargo. A lot of people don't even know what an embargo is.
Would have prevailed. And let me tell you another thing. If you would have met Patricia and got that box, or Trisha, whatever her name was, you'd have been killed, brother. Ain't no telling if you would have been set up to get killed. Imagine if you say,
Case dismissed.
imagine if you say, yeah, I want some of that box. And she gonna say, well, meet me on Harmony and Lexington. I'm just naming the street. I don't know the streets, of course. But meet me on this street. And you on that street, we might not even hear Titus no more.
Oh yeah.
Who knows what level? If that brother will damn near kill you in a parking lot, his life is, his freedom is on the line.
And you know, in a place like that, you got cameras all around, and you had witnesses. You got people passing by. You got people parking, get out the car, come in the car. So this is not a good look. And then you go to court, and all the evidence is set against you, and you're gonna say, I'm not guilty. I want to put a restraining order. He tried to hurt me. I had to defend myself. This man is clearly lying.
Now, what will a man do to protect his freedom?
There you go. So of course, that's why I say 50-50, man. That's why I say 50-50. He's trying to keep. It's just so much. It's like I don't let that stuff go, because it'll eat you up. That anger will eat you up. I'm talking. I was in that house when I first left out of IUIC. I was drinking bottle after bottle after bottle after bottle of wine.
That's depression.
Trying to kill that thought. Trying to kill that damn thought. And then when I reached out to my brothers that I grew up in spirit with, I said, hey, man, I'm out here alone. Like Judah said, man, where the fuck you at, Kanai? Where you at? I'm out here. They ain't. You gotta come back and apologize. Call me when you ready to repent. Come back in here and apologize and bring back them videos of Hoshai. I said, oh, you talking about the videos that I got when we was out on the road? And I got the camera rolling. He talking shit about everybody that he about everybody. I ain't gonna say no names. I'm just gonna say he talking shit about everybody. I got plenty of. I had. I don't got them no more because I deleted, because I let that shit go. I let it go. I said it ain't even worth walking around with that smoke. Like I said, I don't even stay in Memphis no more. I just have to be, like I said, I'm a truck driver. I'm just happen to be coming through, and I just happen to say, damn, what a coincidence. I guess I pulled back up here where it all went down there. And
right.
Like I said, they said I had to come back and apologize. I had to bring videos. And the last thing, because I was in the car with Mom Deuce when they was, because I had it on speakerphone. And Mom Deuce was taking me to my truck because my truck was down. I had to put it in the shop. So I'm on the way to the back to the shop. That man said, oh yeah, you also got to go see a therapist and bring us a certificate showing us that you completed the course. I said, bro, only a licensed doctor can tell me to go see a therapist. So
right.
How the hell would I come in there and bring it to dudes that's from the streets that don't know,
that ain't got no qualification, right? Don't got no. Hey, quick question: has Nate had anything to say about this?
Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. Bishop, I'm trying to tell you, I don't think this man is a monster. He ain't gonna tell the truth. He is not gonna tell the truth. He's not gonna tell the truth, man. Like I said, I got respect for all the leadership in IUIC because they told me they know who. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, brother, I'm gonna give you another drink.
Go ahead.
Like, the respect that you have is because you was in there, and like you said, when you leave, you go through like the separation, PTSD you mentioned.
Correct.
The respect that you have is because of the love that you had for the brotherhood when you was in there. The reason why you got to lose that respect is because they did nothing for you. That's why I asked you, what did Nate do? What did Kanai do? I don't know everybody's name. What does Asaph do? What did Yawasai? What did Big Frida, Abiel? Did anybody do anything for you?
Man, I'm being real with you, man. They probably don't know because this dude is a outstanding liar.
I tell you what,
tell the truth.
We gonna find out, because I doubt that they don't know. I doubt that they don't know, but they know now. And so now we'll see. Now we'll see what they do. Let's see if they come out and say we didn't know, because I'm gonna tell you what you don't realize you're doing unknowingly. You giving them a way out. Like when you say, man, they probably don't know. Let that, like, free yourself even further and just say to yourself, they all knew and they allowed it. And now once you do that, that's the last step in overcoming and surviving IUIC. That's the last step in saying that brother that you met from Walmart that's been rocking with you since that happened, the brother that was in the car with you, that's your family out. Now, remember that scripture I gave earlier when it says prove a friend. You've proven who your friends is. And if you didn't know, the Lord showed you who your friends was. The Lord showed you your friends was that brother that you found from Walmart that you called an individualite. That's an Israelite. That brother in the car that broke down why it's going from the from the first floor to the upper floor. What he also showed you is that none of them niggas in IUIC, leadership or otherwise, is your brother out. And you can free it, and you can free, you know what I'm saying? And then you can free yourself from that. Because if none of them gave you a phone call, did a follow-up, did a checkup, because if he gotta go to court, they know if he got arrested, they know he got arrested. They cops. They former cops. Ain't no way in hell they don't know what's going on, and to not even give you a phone call or do anything like that, it shows that they don't have that care. And what they would have likened is if nobody ever known. If Judah Mack, big up to Judah Mack. Judah Mack deserves all the props in the world, because without Judah Mack, I don't know. And here's how you know men of action. Judah Mack found out, like I was talking to Judah Mack, and he said when you first sent them the message, it went on Facebook, it goes into other, which it does it to me too, where if we don't follow each other, you don't see the message right away. You got to check the other and see it. When he saw it, he immediately took up the mantle. When I saw it, I immediately took up the mantle. Now, we don't know you. I don't know you. I don't know Judah Mack. But I saw a crime being committed against a brother, and it provoked me to do something about it. Meanwhile, these brothers that you call brothers, that you still hold in high regard, and that's honorable. Like, you know, David held King Saul in honor. Even as Saul was killing him, David still called him the Lord's anointed. So I'm not saying you wrong for the spirit that you're carrying, but you're going to have to free yourself from that spirit.
Yes, Saul is the Lord anointed, and he was anointed to be wicked. So you got some guys that are Israelite leaders, and they sincere and all that, but the Most High didn't give them the full truth, so they're set up as stumbling blocks. Like there's other camps that leaders go off, but they might be super sincere, but they may not be the elect. They might just be anointed to lead other people astray. That's how the Lord works. The Lord.
Because that spirit may allow you to fall asleep to what IUIC might do next, because they're not done, because this court case is not over, right?
Oh no, he go back to court next Wednesday.
So next Wednesday we go back to court. So if this court case is not done, don't rock yourself to sleep. We could say fuck Moses. We could say fuck IUIC. We could say fuck Hosea or Sexual Chocolate, Abiel. Fuck all of them, because you deserve justice. In this matter, you're the one that got attacked. That got set up. First of all, you got set up by IUIC member, convincing you to come to the movie theater in the first place and using kids as an excuse. Then he disappears. Then you got Moses and this Hosea cat. Hosea, sneaks you, knocks you out, breaks your arm, hits your head. Moses lies on a stand. Fuck them. They don't deserve no love whatsoever. Your family. Go ahead,
and then they tried to set you up. You understand? Like, I don't think you understand it. If you would have went to meet Patricia that night, you would be dead and the case would be closed.
And I'm listen, I know I done probably said this a lot, but I can't thank you enough for speaking out. Without a brother like you speaking out, you know what they would say about us? Because I a couple years ago, I don't know if you know this story or not, but a couple years ago, Nate, when he was a detective, these two brothers in New York City had sued him for falsely. the rest of them.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I remember
Gina Blue had brought that out. I remember that. Gina Blue brought that out.
now, I'm gonna tell you, there was a brother in my school in New York City. He was in my school. I named him. Listen, I named him, his mother, his grandmother, his father, and his sister. I named all 5 of his family. When I say named them, I gave them their Hebrew name, raised them. I remember that brother was crying because his mother and father was constantly fighting. And I used to have to counsel to get them to stop fighting. And he crying in the damn rec center to get them to stop. And then I started noticing a change. And when I spoke out against IUIC, against Nate locking those brothers up, he told me I shouldn't have spoken about it because they was Israelites. That brother ends up leaving IUIC, took his whole family with him, went to IUIC. Now remember, you mentioned about the PTSD. I can't fully tell you what happened.
Show you that these people, you know, that's Winder doctrine. Let me get that. That's Winder doctrine. You said something to the brother. He was ISUPK. Then he immediately went to IUIC. Them garments got him. Give me. I'm gonna do this in the NLT. Ephesians 4:11 in the NLT. Now these are the gifts the Messiah gave to the church, the Israelites that followed Yahushua, the elect, the apostles, the prophets, the evangelists, and the pastors and the teachers. It didn't say captains, generals, kings, so forth and so on, right? So apostles teach, prophets teach, evangelists teach, pastors teach, teachers teach. Their responsibility is to equip the Most High's people to do his work. So you don't come in, I'm a part of this camp and I don't do nothing, but I'm just kind of hang out. If they have a cookout, I'll go to whatever the case may be, you know? And build, and when you come into this, you pretty much, if you're really into this, you're pretty much a loner. Apostle Gabar, he's a loner. I'm a loner. Apostle Ramlab is a loner. You know, we get with people, but you want to have, that's what a Stoic does. He spends a lot of time by himself. There's a thing called introspection, which is 2 Corinthians 13:5, where it's examine yourself. That's the word introspection, to look into yourself. To look into yourself. This dude that beat up the dude, he wasn't looking into himself. He just went carnal, man. He just went totally carnal. And then he's caught up in the court, and he's trying to say, I'm getting a restraining order against you. That's complete wickedness, man. And the leadership don't know that's going on. Come on, man. This will continue until we all come to such unity in our faith. Now, what does it say? We set up and we're responsible to teach the rest of them so they can become good teachers. You come into this thing, you in this camp to do one thing, is that to learn this thing, eat the roll, and then go out and teach. Not just be a guy, I'm just around. I just happen to be in the camp. No, we ain't dealing with that. We don't need a person like you. It said this will continue until we all come to such unity in our faith and knowledge of the Most High's Son that we will be mature in Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai, measuring up to the full and complete standard of Yahushai. Learn the truth and teach it. Then we will no longer be immature like children. We won't be tossed and blown about by every wind of new teaching. We will not be influenced when people try to trick us. Gimmicks. You trick people to get in with gimmicks. Us with lies. The story of Pinocchio. They want to turn these kids into donkeys. So this Edomite, small hat, Rothschild, Oppenheimer guy, he set up an amusement park called Funland. And all the little boys, I don't know if it was boys and girls, but I know it was mostly boys. And they went to Funland, and they were having a good time eating, going on rides. And a guy cast a spell on them, and they turned into donkeys. I haven't watched that, I watched that as a kid, But anyway, Apostle Gabar will tell you better because he tells that story pretty good. You know what? Let me do this. Let me go over here. Funland and the Pinocchio story. Okay, in Disney's animated film Pinocchio, 1940, the original, the Land of Toys, from I guess they call it the Land of Toys, from the original novel, is renamed Pleasure Island. So it's known as a Land of Toys, right? In the film, Pleasure Island is, I thought they called it Funland, is a deceptively alluring place where boys are promised endless fun and freedom, free from rules. However, it's a trap, and boys who indulge in the carefree lifestyle, that's what's the opposite of a stoic? I can't even think of the name. Epicurean. Epicurean is a guy that, the Stoic is a disciplinarian. He's mostly a loner. Are transformed into donkeys and caged. And this is what Babylon is all about. Hey, the Trump got y'all. He got you red hatters. You don't see people with red hats with the meg on it no more. He used you to get up in office, and he's putting hell on you. That's the cruel Lord in Isaiah 19. Let's go to images. Yeah, Pinocchio wanted to be a boy. There was a movie. What was the name of the damn AI? AI. It was about a robot wanting to be a boy, which really is based upon the story Pinocchio. See, the boys would have fun, and they would turn them into donkeys. And you got this dark figure. It's a demon. Look at, they got him boxed up, sold to the salt mines. Woo! So in other words, they was turning donkeys to be sold to the circus. So the man that led them would represent. Let me do this. Let me see what this is all about. Okay, the Adventures of Pinocchio. And this is some demon. This represents the Rothschilds, super elite. He's got a whip. It appears to be a whip. And he's got strings. All the leaders that you see, they're all puppets. That includes Trump. He's a puppet. He's a puppet. So now let's come on back. It's a long video, but
to him. What I can tell you though, he was a runaway, and I know he was a runaway because his family put up missing pictures in New York City train stations because he was a runaway. Then he called me, he called me out the blue, said he wanted to take me to dinner. I thought that was pause, me personally, man asking another man to go to dinner. And then when I started talking to him, he got kicked out of IUIC. He was a manic depressive. He was schizophrenic. He was all over the place. He's sending me.
Bottom line, he was a bug out. He went from ISUPK to IUIC. Then he would have went and we checked the spirit, checks the spirit on brothers that come on in. Where was I? I was oh, let me finish reading this in the NLT. So it says the apostles, prophets, evangelists, pastors, teachers are set up to teach the others to be perfect in this truth, to get the breakdowns right, and to not be, influenced when people try to trick us with lies so clever they sound like the truth, right? If it was not possible, if it was possible, they would deceive the very elect, but it's not possible because they're the elect. So, Bishop Nate is teaching them that the MOTB is not the micro C-hip. So the ones of them, if they don't wake up, guess what? They're going to be caught up in it. And if they take the chip, that's it. You're not going to make it. You're going to die here in America when the missiles drop. So come on back over here.
Me naked pictures of him, not Rod naked, but he's sending me his chest and smiling and all manner of stuff because the demons that dominated him from being a part of IUIC. Brother, thank the Most High that them demons didn't destroy you. Thank the Most High that you got enough wits, to have enough strength and courage to tell your story. So now, when IUIC,
yeah, but my main question I would ask him is, does he teach? Where's the camp at? If you said, "No, I'm not in this no more," you can have your interview, but he was not one of the elect. If he was one of the elect, guess what camp he would be in? He'd be in GMS. And none of this mess would have happened, man.
Speaks out against this evil, nobody can any longer say that we're wrong for what Commander General Yohana, General Muhammad, and all the generals, captains, and officers have been doing. You are the proof that we right out. You are the proof that we right. And sometimes, in the scriptures, Meshach, Abednego, and they went in the fire. You familiar with that, right?
Yeah.
But the Lord was with them in that fire. So you don't think fire burns? Fire can burn. But if the Lord is with you, you endure some burning for a little bit, but you'll come out a more purified man, and that's what you'll be. You are going to be such a great man, an example of a man that stood with the Lord. You did not lie for Hosea. You had to go through some punishment, but that punishment you went through.
Yeah, but he's not in the truth no more. He knows he's an Israelite. He's not out. Like I said, I wonder if the man is out in the street, on the highways and the byways, he's going into scriptures and this, that, and the third. I can understand it, but I'm looking at him. I don't know that he's out there on the highways and the byways. He came out depressed. Because if he didn't know which direction to go, he would probably say, "Well, let me go to IUIC, let me go to GMS, let me go to this group, let me go to Sakai, whatever." So he hasn't mentioned anything about him being out there on the streets and, "Oh, we just got finished keeping the Passover. I led the Passover." So he's just a civilian. And that's what happens. That's what happens.
Is bringing the destruction of IUIC and everything they stand for, brother. And I just wanted to say that. I don't want to stop you from talking. If you got more you want to bring out, for sure you can. But I definitely wanted to bring that part out.
Can you hear me, Mike? Check.
Yeah, I hear you perfectly. That truck mic don't be playing.
Oh yeah, that blue parrot on point always. This thing 2-3 years old. But
good. Okay,
man,
I'm listening.
But yeah, man, I ain't really got too much else to say, man. I just wanted to come over here. And I thank you for inviting me to the show and telling my side of the story because, like I said, old boy put a no contact order out. So he didn't want nobody to talk to me or that brother that said, "Oh, you gonna be my eyes and ears." He didn't want nobody to talk to us because he was trying to hide what he did. So, like I said, that's all I got to say, man. I don't brought out every fact. Like I said, it's some more evidence, but the new district attorney told me, fall back, don't say nothing else.
No, listen, follow that protocol, brother. Follow that protocol.
Hey,
good.
Hey, I'm confused about one thing. I was trying to ask you in the beginning. I didn't want to stop you from getting the story out, right? But in the very, very, very beginning, you brought up this woman, right? That all this started over. And then you brought up somebody going through a divorce. What did the divorce have to do with the woman? He was free to go deal with the woman now, and then they found out something about the woman, and that was the issue?
Yeah. He had a sister that that I guess they would say bugged out. She just didn't agree with the doctrine no more and agree with the lifestyle anymore. That's what I'm gonna say. She didn't agree with the lifestyle no more, so she went back home. And he was open to marry again, and he didn't want to make the same mistake twice. Because when I got
they let him divorce her, so they allowed him to divorce her. So divorce is permitted. And then because he was free, it's when he started investigating the sisters so he wouldn't get another bug out.
Correct.
Okay.
That's exactly what it was. Because the second time I got demoted, he stayed at my house. So he was like, Titus, what you get demoted for? Man, such and such, man, I'm going in, letting them know. He was like, damn, he wasn't even studying the deal. But the third time I got demoted, he had called me and was like, hey, what's up with that sister such and such? I was like, yeah, woo. Oh, man, I almost said his name. What's her name? Didn't tell me nothing about that. I sat there and was like, well, there you go. Now you understand why I fell back. But when she got caught up, I had two captains, and he was one of them, came to me and told me everything about the girl. He's the one that told me everything about her. But when she got put out, both of them called me and was like, well, see, I told you that you need to listen to me. You need to listen to me, bruh. I got you, bruh. All these single sisters. Always laughing and shit. I don't,
What do you mean by he got you with the single sisters?
Oh, he think he just the man. He got all the women.
Who got all the women?
O'Shai. He think he got all the women. He can
so sexual chocolate. Wait, we got it now. This part I got to break this down slow because IUIC said you can only have one woman, but you saying he got all the women.
No, not like that. He got all the women like as in like he got the single sisters like he know they profiles or whatever. So whatever type of girl you like, he'll point you in that direction. But that's just game to get you to lower your guard so you can trust him more. Pretty much gaslight.
And then I just want to verify one other thing. If you could tell me this about marriage, I met a brother in IUIC, and he told me he went to live in a homeless shelter. And I said, "What you doing in the shelter?" And he said, "They won't let me marry this sister if I live at my parents' house. I have to have my own apartment to marry."
I had all that, and it was so much. Sisters was hitting me up, FaceTiming me through.
Wait, so that's confirmed. So if you were to live at home, you can't live.
You can't be. You gotta have your own. Which I agree. If you're gonna be in there smashing, bro, you gotta have your own space, your own. You know what I'm saying? Your own property. I agree with that. You gotta have your own. You can't be in somebody else's house doing the do. You need to.
No, I got you. But what I'm saying is they'll forbid you to marry until you do.
Okay. Yeah, and they will hold you back. If they bring you a sister. Say for instance, Cap, he bring you a sister. And you say, I'm not interested. I want a dark-skinned sister. Oh, okay, we want to hook you up with a light-skinned sister, but you reject this dark-skinned sister, or whatever I said, because I'm watching where he's going and stuff, making sure he don't hit these buttons. You rejecting, you want this type of sister. They'll keep that sister away from you and keep you and make you wait even longer to make you more submissive, to make you submit to their will.
So they like fucking Sun Young Moon, man. They pick what girl you can get with. And all you stupid motherfuckers that's in the IUIC that's taking, this is a cult. This is a religious cult. It's none of my business what a man does with his woman. It's none of my business. You get a woman, you deal with the woman. Don't even the best way to go is not even tell them that they're in Israel. Don't tell them about Israel, man, because you can get problems out of that.
And say if you don't take what they give you, you rebellious. So that arranged marriage thing, like I said, man, it's a beautiful thing. Marriage is a beautiful thing. I ain't got nothing against that because I want to be married. I'm still single, but these women out here, it's a different ball game. So. Oh yeah. They choose your wife. So
where's that in the scriptures? Only the Father can do that. Where is that in the scriptures that you got eyes for one chick, they say nah, you and her ain't gonna work out. You got to get with this chick. But you guys, that's why you think we call you guys zombies, man. We don't call you zombies to snap on you. That's what the zombie master would do. Ain't no way in the hell a man gonna tell me what the fuck I like. You know?
pretty much, let's say for instance, handsome.
Somebody might, in the near future, somebody might jump in that school and you know what I mean. They might light that school up, and that did happen some years ago. One of them schools, I believe, was DC. Brother got fucked over, or whatever, and he came in there with a shotgun. I heard that it was on video. I heard it on their video. So,
Some brother. You hook a handsome brother with an ugly sister, so that sister can pull you back in if you try to leave. Cause she knows she wouldn't have got this dude unless she was in here. You gonna hook a pretty ugly dude up with a pretty girl just to keep them pulling back in. Cause it ain't a few, bro.
This is a religious cult. This is a religious cult.
Constant competition in there. It is a constant competition in there.
So they take the ugly. So they put an ugly with a pretty to keep the ugly in line.
There you go. You see how it's a push-pull in there?
God.
Them folk cold as hell at what they do, man. And like I said, they'll be like, "Oh, this brother don't went left. We ain't doing nothing like that." Dude, bruh, it was so many sisters. When I got cast up and they put the little picture up on me and on Telegram saying I was out, it was a lot of sisters FaceTiming me, sending me messages talking about something. I want to be with you. I'll leave this place for you. I said, sis, I was telling all them sisters, I said, nope, because my mind not right. Man, them sisters was applying so much damn pressure because I'm out. But my mind wasn't damn right because I got casted out. Shot up by a brother I love. I'm talking about it's just so much dealing with them with that camp. Like I said, I ain't got nothing against IUIC. I'm straight. I don't move on with my life. I flushed that down the toilet. Only reason why I'm on this platform is because I want to bring out the truth within the situation that happened with me. Like I said, I let that stuff go, man, because it's gonna eat you up if you don't let it go. And I had to realize. One more thing. I had to realize it wasn't. I did all. I mean, They had some messed up ways, and they did some things to me. But I had to realize you need to keep your circle small. You need to walk more circumspect. You need to walk a fine line. Now I know it was me. And when you accept that L and you take that L, and you realize you're gonna let off a lot of steam, and you're gonna start to reevaluate your own self. No, ye not your own selves. And I learned that, and that's when all the anger and shit left.
So now, quick question.
Go ahead.
That back to the text message that you got. What do you think would have happened if you would have ever, like, if you would not have let the authorities, if you wasn't up on game, if you would have got that text about the vagina and you would have pursued it, what do you think would have happened to you?
Man, it would have been flipped back around. Case would have been dismissed. I would have been in the doom. Like I said, when they found them guilty,
why do you think you would have been in the doom? Like, what do you think? Like, what do you think would have happened?
I probably would have either got killed, shot up again, hurt even more. Anything could have happened. But he was found guilty. I had $30,000 in doctor bills. He got all them bills now. I got $5,000 in lost wages. I got paid. So I don't want no more money. I don't want no money. Like I said, I know brother was trying to, like cash out. They ain't paid no doctor bills. The Tennessee Treasury paid all the bills because he was found guilty. So I got $30,000 in doctor bills paid, and like I said, I got $5,000 in lost wages paid. I just put that toward the bills that was behind because I was so damn behind because I couldn't get on the road to drive. And then when I finally got on the road to drive, I had so many damn braces on me. I was out there delivering pieces with that broken arm, and it was like, man, it was a Edomite, man. It was funny as hell. I pulled up to the house. I was like, yes sir, got your order here, such. I'm over here doing a little protocol at job. And it was like, Esau was like, man, did somebody like whoop your ass? I said, yes, sir, he sure did. He was like, oh, man, I'm so sorry, man. I did not mean that. I said, dude, you fine. He said, what happened to the guy? I said, they got him. He said, he was like, that's what I want to hear. I gave him that piece, got that fat ass tip and got out of there.
Now, the one thing I just want to make sure, and again, like I said, I'm going to stay in communication with you till this case is over and even after that. Even though you got the money and stuff like that, mentally, how do you feel, like mentally or even spiritually?
That's a good ass question. And I say that because I'm not trying to be rude. That is a good question. Dude, I was so hurt mentally from already being casted out. So I was starting to heal from that and moving on with my life. Credit score rising up, bills catching up. I'm ordering new furniture. You know, things starting to look good. Then that happened. And then everything just went down like a graph. It just went straight down. And like I said, I was mentally messed up. That's why I deactivated my old page and just disappeared from mine, because I needed some damn alone time. I needed some time to heal and reevaluate things. I had to make, because everybody was like, he sought you up, he sought you up, he sought you up, he sought you up. I'm like, no. My mom Deuce was going the hell off on me, man. I'm talking about everything. All praises to the Most High God for my beloved mother. That woman, like the day I came out her womb, that woman would not leave. She called me every day, 3 times a day. When she got off work, when she woke up, and before she went back to work. I'm just checking on you. I'm just checking on you. I love you. I love you. I love you. And then when she found out when they had to apologize that day, I told her I had to come back and apologize. She just shot off. She said, like I said, she told me these exact words. You ain't going to be the first, and you ain't going to be the last to come up out of there. What done happened to you done happened to a lot of people. You need to charge it to the game and keep it moving. And that's what I did.
Well, brother, I listen. I can't speak enough how I applaud you to have the strength to come on this platform. Trust me, because with the ordeal that you went through, a lot of brothers and sisters that would have went through an ordeal would not trust another Israelite. So I appreciate you even trusting me enough to come on this stage, believing that I will give you the platform and the light to tell the actual story, the events that happened, give a rundown so this can go up in infamy, so that, and make sure this gets downloaded in case this gets flagged. You heard me, Kadazar? Ashar? Text Karab, and he has access to my account to download it. Make sure this gets done, because I never want this. This will go up in infamy, brother. And you are the reason. If anybody ever wanted to know why Commander Jenny Hanna and IUIC stands on IUIC's neck the way that we do, is because this brother's story is everybody's story. When Nate was a cop, it was the same thing. Was it no different than when he was a cop, when he was retired, or anything like that? Judah Mack is another example. When you watch that video he gave, and these are all the things that come out of there. It's one thing, let me tell you, it's one thing to have an organization, or whether you want to call it the body, whatever you want to call it. It's one thing to have disorder in it, meaning you have issues amongst brothers, issues amongst sisters. That's going to happen. Every society has issues that got to be resolved. It's another where the head of that so-called organization, the head of what you call in the body, is corrupt. Because if the head is sick, the whole body is sick. Is that not what the scriptures say? If the head is messed up, how can the toe get healed if the brain is messed up? How can the arm get healed if the heart is messed up? If the body is sick, if the head is sick, if whoever's in charge is sick, the whole body is sick. And that's IUIC, the head.
The scripture said it starts from the head. What's the old saying? Fishes rot from the head. It says the whole head is sick and the whole heart is faint. Let me go ahead and bring that up. I believe that's Jeremiah or Isaiah. The whole head is sick. Bible. Let me go to all. This is Isaiah 1, verse 5 and 7. I said it was Isaiah. Let me go ahead and bring it to you in this is King James. King James right here. The whole head is sick and the whole heart is faint. From the sole of the foot even unto the head, there is no soundness in it, but wounds and bruises and petrifying sores. Soundness. The scriptures speak about sound doctrine. IUIC does not have sound doctrine. Because if they did have sound doctrine, they would be teaching, for example, that MOTB is the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast is the microchip. Give me a second here. Okay, sound. Just want to do a word search on the word sound. Sound doctrine. You're going to burn in hell forever. That's not sound doctrine. This Roman Catholic doctrine. We're going to pick the woman that we'll get it. Yeah, there's an ugly guy coming in. We're going to get a pretty woman because they got control over the woman. You're going to get with this ugly guy. So when he get ready to leave, he ain't going to leave you because you're pretty. That's cultish activity. Okay, so we got 4 precepts, right? 1 Timothy 1:10. I'm sorry, give me a second. Should be Titus. No, I'm sorry. This is 1 Timothy, not Titus. Don't know why I said Titus. 1 Timothy 1:10. For whoremongers, for them that defile themselves with mankind, for man stealers. That's what Esau is guilty of. Whoremongers mean pimps. For liars, for perjured persons, that goes into lies, lie on somebody, false witness. And if there be any other thing that is contrary to what? To sound doctrine. 2 Timothy 4 verse 3, for the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears. So the example of IUIC saying that the MOTB is an embargo, is sleeping white, whatever they teach. They always change it every couple of years. They always change it. Well, that's not sound doctrine. So the Most High is not dealing with you if you don't have sound doctrine. Okay, this is Titus. Titus 1 verse 9, holding fast the faithful word as he hath been taught, that he may be able by sound doctrine, 100% truth, both to exhort and to convince the what? The gainsayers. Titus 2 verse 1. But speak thou the things which become sound doctrine. That hell, burning in hell is not sound doctrine. That's a Roman Catholic doctrine. The MOTB being sin in all of its forms, being missing the mark, you got to worship Nero Caesar. No. The correct breakdown is the way we break it down. So we're in the home stretch right here. I'm gonna let y'all hear the rest of it.
Head is sick. So, brother, I appreciate it. Make sure you stay in touch with me, please. You got the court case Wednesday. I want to get an update on that. If you ever need a voice to speak, you can always call me. We can do something again. Maybe we do something after the case with get an update next Wednesday. Maybe we talk about it Wednesday night. We talk about it again so that the people could be updated on that.
I'm gonna give you an update now. So the first 2 court dates is a losing case. It's a losing case, so I don't think nobody wants to represent them because it's a losing case. It's an open close. So the first 2 times, you already know. If all my jailhouse judges out there, you only get 3 times to come in there with an attorney. If you don't come in there with that with an attorney that 3rd time, which is next Wednesday, they're gonna give you that penitentiary deliverer, that public defender. And if he get that, he already know his ass. Yes, sir.
Deliverer. Good Lord.
And if he don't got no attorney next Wednesday, he doomed. So
is he still a member of IUIC?
Man, still out there doing weddings and some more shit.
You say he doing what? He marrying nigga?
Yeah.
Say that's how, and brother, that's how you know he's
still active.
Yeah. So brother, that's how you know that they know and don't care. He's still active. Man, that is crazy, brother. Listen, man, I appreciate y'all joining.
You know why they keep him? Because he'll talk.
He know this secret.
Because he know too much.
When you know, listen, when you know. When you know, like when you know some things and can tell some things, that's probably why he's as bold as he is. If y'all don't do this for me, I'ma tell. If you don't do this, I'ma tell. This brother here, this brother Titus, man, put him in the record books. This brother stood on truth when it cost him damn near his life. The scriptures say, strive for the truth until death. And this brother strove. All he thinking he doing is going to a movie theater to link up. When he see the cat, He trying to have a cordial conversation. The cat come on some rah-rah. The cat flashed the gun. The cat gets him out the car. The cat busts him upside the head, break his bones. Like, where was the fucking mercy? There is no mercy in IUIC. There was no mercy given that brother. Period. One last question. Did they have any camera evidence? Because you mentioned the cameras. Was there any camera evidence?
You already know the answer to that. I told you both. That boy looked right at the damn camera.
Right. That's why I made sure to ask. I wanted to ask earlier, but I said, let me ask now.
That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. He looked right at it. So I ain't got nothing else to say. You already know how this gonna end. I just want to see how it's gonna be played and what's gonna happen, how they gonna come back at this, how you gonna jump ahead of this. I want to know, because like I said, to be honest with y'all, I know everybody probably saying, oh, he got the Stockholm syndrome or whatever the case may be. Oh, he still love the body. I just got respect for people that I grew up in spirit with, and I'm not here for no strife and no beef or nothing like that. I'm just saying.
Let me tell you something. No problem. I'll tell you something, brother. You ain't the way you feel. Don't fret the way you feel, because you a brother that was in it. The brothers that around you, they'll help you never to get taken advantage of again. I'll help you never to be taken advantage of again. You understand? So, brother, you just stay strong in this truth. I'm gonna follow up with you next week. You said next Wednesday is the date. I'm gonna be calling you after that date to see what the update is, brother. We appreciate you joining this show. Is there anything else you want to say in closing?
Man, hold on. Let me get over here to the light. My Stacy done came home too late, y'all. So if y'all hear some ruckus in the background, he up in there arguing. All I got to say is shout out to Judah Mac, shout out to all the brothers that left and made the videos and gave brothers a light, like this bright light behind me, to show that people not crazy. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to all Israel. Most High in Christ bless you. Whatever camp you in, if you're an individual life, man, I just hope peace and blessings to you, man. Live your life and apply the God laws of God to it. That's all I can say, man.
Most High in Christ, brother. I appreciate it, man. Lord be with you, your family, your mother, them brothers you got with you. Man, Lord, may the Lord bless, heal, shield, and protect everything about you. And just know, if you need any...
Well, if he's out of this circle, he's not an Israelite no more. He's not doing the work. He took his hands off the plow. He's on his own, as far as I'm concerned. All right? So, it behooves him. I hope he's doing the work, which he would have said it, I believe. Anyway, with that, I'm going to say, I know this is long. This is my longest video, but I had to let it keep playing. With that, I'm going to say shalom, on to the next shalom.